After 3.5 years, the Australian V8 Superboats Championship presented by Penrite returns to Griffith's notorious Lake Wyandgan circuit for the penultimate round of the 2022 season, and with much to play for. A lot has changed since we were last in Griffith, notably the big increase in entries for LS Class, and as they have done since the start of the season almost 12 months ago, LS Class entrants deliver the biggest field, although despite the competitive nature of that field, you could expect a level of status quo in the results. Last time out at Temora in early December, reigning champion Bastian Mullen and younger brother Nate arrived at the circuit with a whole new boat package. Whilst for some they might need time to settle into a boat that handled differently, not so for the two sons of reigning World Unlimited champion Fonzie Mullen, and typically they hit the ground running. Both of them making the podium for the first time this season, Bastian going on to claim his 5th consecutive win of the year. Neither though have competed at Griffith previously, although their 8-time Australian Championship winning father has a wealth of experience and data from the Mullen boys to draw on. However, they'll face 2019 champion Kyle Elphinston, who has raced at Griffith before. His weekend back then saw mixed results and he didn't finish on the podium, but experience at Griffith is valuable, many marking it as the toughest circuit in the country, so this could be Elphinston's best chance yet to claim a round win. It doesn't hurt that the boat he's campaigning has seen success at Griffith in the past, in the hands of Ben Hathaway. Sadly, we're without the Nude Nuts team of Matt and Mitch Malthouse. The South Australian team committed elsewhere this weekend and unable to make the journey across, although we will see the return of Jade Atchison and the Disturbed Racing team, whilst one of the category's most popular drivers, Mike Airtime Hessel, will join good mate Luke Walters in the Spartan entry, whilst he waits on his new boat to be completed. The two drivers expected to face a baptism of fire on the challenging layout. In 400 class, all eyes will be on Brendan Doyle, the 2022 series points leader returning to Griffith after a career-defining finish there in 2019. In just his maiden season, he came into the 2019 Griffith event to find he closed the gap to the championship points leaders and perhaps pushed just a little bit too far during the early qualifiers. The result was a big impact into the tyres at the bottom of the circuit, an impact which saw both he and wife Rory suffer injury. The boat too was damaged quite badly, prompting a decision which would impact their time in the sport.
Simply inexperience. We, I think that was about our 4th race ever, and I think before that we were driving pretty smart. We got to Griffith and all of a sudden, where we had in previous rounds this 6 or 7 gap to the likes of PK, and we get to Griffith and that gap's down to a 1.5 seconds. And I got pretty excited about that, and it's like, oh look, we're running with the boys now. At the same time, I was having a horrible time out there from the first run. Whether it's the water's different or the shape of the track, but the boat was doing things that I simply did not understand at all, and I was very confused. I didn't have the experience to realise that I should have been buttoning out. I sort of kept pushing because I was close to the mark, and yeah, it went horribly wrong.
At a crossroads, they ultimately decided to continue, employing the services of former champion Daniel James to repair the boat, in the process laying the foundations for the new Australian-made pulse hull, a hull which is fast becoming the new world standard, with both Doyle and Fonzie Mullen campaigning the product, whilst Hugh Gilchrist and Jody Ely have also purchased new hulls for the 2023 season. Whilst Ely is expected to use his prior experience at Griffith to apply pressure to Doyle, Doyle isn't phased and is drawing on what happened in 2019 to spur him on.
I'm not happy with my result there last time, and it's between me and the track, and I'm going back there to prove a point. And but when I say proving a point, it's not about winning or losing. I need to go back there and just have a solid performance. I don't like getting my arse handed to me like that, and the track certainly did that.
Coming into Griffith, the championship equation sees Doyle leading after 3 consecutive round wins. Ely, meanwhile, started the season with back-to-back victories at Cabarita, but has been chasing his tail ever since. A win for Ely at Griffith brings the pair to Keith's final in March in an all-out battle for the title. But should Doyle continue his winning streak, the title will be his, forcing Ely to be bridesmaid again. They won't be alone in their fight this weekend. Tremaine Duke's returning to the category and Greg Harriman's former Apache, the boat now owned by Hugh Gilchrist, who is also in the field this weekend in his new boat Matrix. The pair have past experience at Griffith, but as a former unlimited podium finisher, Dukes arguably has the experience to take the fight to the points leaders, Whether he will have the power and the boat to do it though will remain to be seen. And don't discount Danny Nappig. Another rookie at Griffith, he lines up this weekend with a brand new Peter Coey built Sprintec hull he purchased from Jody Ely. Ely instead electing to follow the Pulse path, allowing the Toughen Up team to step up to the hull designed by New Zealand's multiple world champion, Peter Coey.
You do have to give Griffith a little bit of respect. It's one of those ones that it will bite you. Just ask Doyley. It's one of those. There's been many a crash. Even, the old loose cannon, how good that boat was. Seen that up the bank, rolling backwards down the hill. Slade had a big crash at Griffith. Some of the top drivers in the world have been, victims to Griffith.
To look at the results of the 2022 Unlimited Superboat season, you could be forgiven for thinking it had been a one-horse race, when in fact, despite Fonzie Mullen's 5 consecutive finals wins, it's been a fairly tightly contested affair. The year started with Daryl Hutton losing his primary hull after loaning it to compatriot Chris Edmonds ahead of the finals. Edmonds inverting the boat in the channel at speed, forcing a complete engine rebuild and significant delays in returning the Phoenix Lubricants machine to the water. Enter Edmonds and his newly purchased Hazardous machine, the boat that saw Slade Stanley dominate the 2019 championship, including a big win at Griffith, and Hutton suddenly had the package to take the fight back to Mullen. Whilst he hasn't been able to defeat his long-time rival, Hutton has closed down Mullen's advantage over recent rounds and he is now comfortable in the package, Griffith representing perhaps his best chance all season to make a run at the top step of the podium. He knows only too well the nature of the Griffith circuit means nothing is certain.
This track's really, really bad for swells. It's dug with dead square sides. It's got a lot of water in it. This track probably holds twice as much water than other tracks, and so that moves as it doesn't just have waves that hit the banks and disperse. This track comes in with swells, and so as you're coming back, you see the difference in water levels like this as it's moving. And you got to keep driving it. Like, you can't get underneath that finish line on this one and go, woohoo, what time did I do on the clock? You got to keep driving it right around. Don't look at the clock now, have a look at it on the next lap kind of thing, This track will bite you. And it's bitten me bad twice. I had to swim home once. And another time we spent 200 hours fixing our boat after we'd been here man hours. So my favourite track, not this one.
Mullen is nothing though if not calculating, and on the verge of a record 8th Australian Unlimited crown. He knows that whilst he might lose the battle, the record books will remember that he won the war. And a solid result this weekend will seal that 9th Australian crown, a haul which started with his first win in 400 class all the way back in 2008. For Hutton, he will be doing his best to take the win, coming off a victory in the New Zealand Championship over the Christmas break. That result and his pace last time out at Temora making him a strong outright contender. The tight twisty rotation this weekend could also work in his favour, the Hazardous package holding the potential to be fastest, giving the Hutton team plenty of motivation to return to victory lane. But whilst he has his best chance in years to go after victory on Australian soil, he will face a challenge from boat owner and teammate Chris Edmonds. Edmonds for much of the year has campaigned a second boat, but this weekend, as he did at Temora last round, he will join Hutton in Hazardous as B driver. Last time out he surprised even himself with his pace to comfortably qualify for the final and finish just 6/10 in arrears of Hutton. Admitting though that he has trouble overcoming his desire to plant the right foot, Edmonds might need to temper that desire this weekend in an effort to ensure Hutton has the tools to take the fight to Mullen, but either way it will make for some very interesting viewing. Edmonds also forms part of a terrific battle for third in the championship. Experienced campaigner Glenn Roberts currently holds the position after weathering assaults from former champions Scott Krause and New Zealander Rob Colley. Colley has elected to sit this round out to focus on the New Zealand Championship, which continues the following weekend, whilst Krause suffered a big setback in round 4 at Temora after missing the Keith round. Roberts' consistency, which has seen him card 2 podium finishes this season, will keep him in the fight, but he'll face a resurgent Edmonds who claimed his own podium finish last time out. Scott Krause, the former Griffith winner, returns to the venue with his own memories of an experience he'd rather not repeat, rolling into the channel during qualifying. Fortunately, he and James Parsons were able to get themselves out of the boat, but that incident also changed the way the Temora local goes racing. These days he has oxygen on board and a boat righting system mounted to his roll cage. Such is the impact of the Riverina venue. So for anyone in the Griffith region, head down to Lake Wyangan and enjoy a great afternoon and evening of racing. Unlike 2018, where we saw the event drawn to an early close in heavy rain, we're set for a stunning summer day with clear skies. Qualifying starts at 2:45 p.m, with the finals kicking off after dinner around 7:30. And you can catch all the action on the V8 Superboats Facebook stream from around 4 p.m. And don't forget, you can watch all the previous rounds on demand on 7+. Just search for V8 Superboats.
Get up here either, because the drivers that take that as a challenge, and next thing you know there's one up here, but
Oh, you're so right, Brooke. You don't want to challenge these guys. Solid goal. Lance Edmonds, last time out, spat it out down the bottom part of the track. It looks as though he's not worried about that. He's going to put that behind him and comes out just as aggressively in qualifying round number 2 as he did in practice 1 and in qualifying 1. This boat sits very, very squat in the water. Sits very, very deep in the water. And I think at this track here at Griffith that this setup suits this boat very, very well indeed. This is where it's going to be a test. Down this back chute, what did he learn from last time? Not a lot by the look of it. Overdrove it. And through the finish there, Lance Edmonds with a time of 47.060. And you see the way that boat sits very deep in the water. So one of the challenging aspects of what we're seeing with Lance Edmonds here, the nephew of Chris Edmonds, is that the boat, as it's turning, is just spraying water straight up into the driver and navigator's face, creating a kaleidoscope effect and making for challenging conditions. Our next boat to face the starter is Blackout Racing, Kyle Elphingston. So this young man from Queensland, certainly exciting to watch right from the start today. He's in the hunt for a championship. He wants to take the trophy off Bastian Mullen, who all but has 2 hands on it. Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes. Driving very well indeed is the transport manager. Spit water emblazoned on the side. Whoa, unbelievable line up through the chicanes, and really getting a hurry on here at the moment is Kyle Elphingston. Keep a close eye on this back chute. Oh, he's done well. Hung it out late. Oh, a bit of ease off. Oh, that worked to great effect. So Kyle Elphingston with a 41.516 there for Kyle Elphingston. Blackout Racing, Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes, and that was a really good run. You'll notice that as he came under that timing loop there, he came deeper towards where he is now before he turned right, and that seems to be the fastest line through there. He backed off before the hairpin in the last corner of the lap, and that worked to great effect as well. Didn't wash off any boat speed that much, but really setting up to get into that hairpin beautifully. Quiet time will be coming up next. Noel Verning. Noel Verning, the trucking company owner, with Nathan Garrett, Matt Craft Hull, AG and Fab Contracting, JMV Create. This is the LS category qualifying round number 2. What can the team from Quiet Time achieve here? Oh, really wide around Penrite there. Oh, hit that crosswash, but just kept his foot into it. That's the way to do it. You take your foot off into that crosswash, the boat becomes way too unsettled. You're better off putting power into it than taking power out of it. And Noel Verning, it's almost like he has information. Oh, geez, that could have got untidy quickly. He's managed to get away with it. So Noel Verning, a pretty good run there. Couple of very tight moments, but still pulls out a 45.665. Couple of big moments in there where I dare say that navigator Nathan Garrett would have closed his eyes, because I think I did a couple of times out there. All right, next is the all-ladies team. In the Twisted Machine, Jade Atchison, Erin Kearney, Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes, Riley's Refrigeration, Total Pool Services, Pottsville, Baker and Farmer. So this Twisted Machine was actually twisted after a bingle during a practice day at Temora. So the girls, Jade behind the wheel. Oh, the back off, it was too big, nearly caught her unstuck. Needs to be a little bit more consistent through that area of the track. A big back off, but she was quick enough to get back on the accelerator and get herself out of trouble. So well done, that young lady. Into the final part of the lap now, and this has turned out okay for the girls. They'll be happy with this. So well done to the Twisted team. Got themselves through there in a 50.348. So next will be the B driver for the Rip Shift Machine, Australia's fastest manual shifter, Sign Perfection. Nate Mullen behind the wheel, Kane Wallace doing the navigation. There's a Stinger hull. So what will this young man from Melton achieve here? Last time out, his brother, the A driver, went the wrong way for qualifying round number 2. It's the opportunity for the younger brother, Nate, to nail one down and say, Bastian, I got you on one. So this Rip Shift Machine looking very good indeed. The hull certainly developed, tweaked and tuned by the Mullen family. Fonzie Mullen, of course, being the old man to both Bastian and Nate, but Nate really doing very, very well out there. And this is going to be a very tidy time. Oh, a bit knifey, a bit close towards the bottom end for me, but a 44.895. So clearly the battle of the Mullen boys for qualifying round number 2 for the LS category. That one will go to Nate, but it is Kyle Elphingston fastest with Tyler O'Day, Luke Walters, Jim Beeman, Nate Mullen, and Noel Verning 6th. But we still have Karen Howlett. I don't think she's going to bother the top 6 for this run in Drop Bear Racing. So as we said, Karen, just that opportunity to swap driver and navigator in this category. And it's a wonderful thing to be able to do, really, and a beautifully prepared boat. And I love it when Karen is behind the wheel. This couple from the Maryborough region of Queensland, Harvey Bayway. And go the girls, I say. This boat did have a drop bear up on the roll cage at one point last year, and I don't know what happened to it, but I dare say that it got thrown into the water somewhere and retired. Turns out drop bears can't swim, I guess. I've got to say, this time out though, her husband Laurie is at least pointing her in the right direction. Last time we saw her race, I think he was deliberately making things and making life a lot harder for her. But Karen, well done. Good to see. Across the line, nice and safely with a 1 minute 11 seconds. So Karen's actually dropped about 20 seconds from her practice run. So that's a fantastic outcome for that. As we now go to our final boat for the LS category for qualifying round number 2. This is the Spartan. Mike Hessel is behind the wheel. Laura Stevens doing the navigation duties. The Sprint Tech hull. They're into Bath Building, Project BA Building Certifiers, Ambrose Building Insurance Repairs, Milmara, all building aspects, Owens Contracting, OC Racing was 8th last year, and would normally have Rory Krillick doing the navigational duties, but this time out Laura Stevens is the one sitting in the navigator's chair. That's right, we do call them navigators, but quite often they're just guessing, just like the rest of us. So Mike Hessel in this borrowed boat, he's certainly going to achieve it, but the word on the street is if he bins it, he owns it. How deep are his pockets will depend on how hard he pushes the accelerator down, and it is that pocket depth that will always generally keep you in check on a race course, no matter where you go, what you do, no matter what form of motorsport. That is always the handbrake. Yeah, a little bit on and off the accelerator here. Mike Hessel anticipating where the bumps are going to be, where the pressure waves are going to be, where the washing machines are going to be. So Mike Hessel across the line with a 50.782. Just straight up that front chute like there's no S-bend in there at all. Okay, the boat's a little bit skinnier, but wow, just got through there beautifully indeed. Now into the roundabout. How's this boat going to handle in there? Just opens up this apex nicely, eases off the accelerator. Tell you, some of the older generation drivers could be learning a lot from this young man. So Connor Smith up around Kennard's Hire, and we'd like to thank Kennard's for once again their support here at Griffith. Fantastic team there at Kennard. So the old Ken Oath. So Connor Smith across the line there with a 46.374. All right, we are now moving to qualifying round number 2 for the Group A category. Jody Eli, or Jody Ellie, E-L-Y we call him. Super Cheap Auto, GM Motorsport, Rip Shift, Sign Perfection, Gill Engineering. Jody just rotating down there at the moment. Getting it sorted in the Rampage machine from Melton in Victoria. Hands up. Everything is tight, everything is secure. And away you go, Jody. This Rampage machine just looking the goods at the moment. There's no doubt about that. And Jody Ely really pushing hard at the moment. The jet speed hull. Oh, just throws the power into it. Knows that there's speed to be gained up at the Kennard tyre. Deep down the bottom. The fast part of the course. He's worked that one out. He's quick to learn, this man from Melton. Don't worry about that. Eases it across the line. And that is a 41.968. 41.968 there for Jody Ely. Could the lady from the Twisted team who was up in the commentary just a moment ago, if you wouldn't mind making your way back up here again, certainly appreciate that. I didn't get a chance to speak to you, but if you could make your way up, the lady from the Twisted team, when you get a chance, just make your way back up to commentary. That would be fantastico. All right, now just waiting for the Brendan and Rory Doyle in the Pulse machine to come out. The championship is on between the Rampage and the Pulse machine. So this round will be all important with the final round coming up in Keith in South Australia on the 25th of March for the Keith Diesel and Dirt Derby. And the Keith Diesel and Dirt Derby, if you haven't been before, certainly a big expose. You've got tractor pulling, they've got jump cars to do circle work. They've got a headed demolition derby. The jet sprints, of course, are there. And this is what we like to see. So on the 25th of March, you will have to book. So get on the Facebook, Keith Diesel and Dirt Derby, and get down there for the final Diesel and Dirt Derby. But it is Brendan and Rory Doyle now. All eyes to the couple from Balranald in the Pulse race machine. It is a Pulse hull. Last time at this track, they had a pretty big bingle. Oh, a bit of a hesitation, and he's put it up on the grass. Oh, Brendan Doyle. Wah, 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 wah. All right, so that'll be a DNF. Jody Ely will take the chocolates of qualifying round number 2 in the Group A category. We're just going to take a short break while we effect the rescue of Brendan and Rory Doyle. That was a nice, easy, gentle one, so they will be A-OK. We'll be back in a minute.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
All right, just waiting for the pulse machine with Brendan and Rory Doyle to get back into the trailer. Darren Kesper just circling in the spin-out pull, the launch pull in the Let's Boogie machine. Matt Foote doing the navigational duties. Ipswich Panel and Paint. The Let's Boogie machine for Ozpebble. Just another couple of rotations. Brooke Lucas now being our race director as well as our starter, just waiting for the okay. Darren Kesper looking expectantly towards the starter. The flag has been raised, so this time around, Darren Kesper will line it up. Yep, they've shown that they've got their wrist restraints right. And bang, away it goes at Darren Kesper and Matt Foote. So yeah, Darren Kesper and Matt Foote out on track at the moment at Atchison Hull for Ozpebble and Ipswich Paint Panel. And this boat, beautiful red, you'll be able to check this out during the dinner break. Quite a large steering wheel that Darren Kesper has in his hands, and you can really get an idea of how these boats handle when you're having a really good look into that cockpit. The boat just pig rooting at the end of it. So Darren Kesper there with a 55.009, 55.009. Toughen up with Danny Napick coming up. Darren Tickell, this is qualifying round number 2. Of the Group A category. So these guys in the Stingray hull, the KMC Performance, and really just developing beautifully. And really, this qualifying round number 2 looking a lot better. So g'day to everybody out there on the live stream watching from right around the world. Mitch Roylance reckons it's going to be a pretty hectic day, and he's sitting near the washing machine just in case, because this is a washing machine here at Griffith in New South Wales. Currently the wind is blowing at 50 to 60 kilometres an hour, making it tough for drivers, for our safety crew, for everybody. So toughen up down the back chute. Danny Napick across the line there at a 48.570. So this is a brand new Sprint Tech. Thank you, Mitch. Do appreciate that. So fantastic to see that Danny getting out and about and having a crack. So a brand new hull for Danny. So just now waiting, just trying to see who will be up next. It looks though it will be TJ in Achi or Ake. It was Apache. They tried to peel the sticker off, managed to take the P off only. So we've changed the name of it. TJ is doing the driving. Brad James is doing the navigational duties. Well, they've done a lot of work to this boat, obviously, because this boat was porpoising that badly during the first practice session that it looked as though TJ and Brad we're going to put on a 10-gallon hat and ride a bull at the Finley Radio in a few months. But this boat really settling down a lot, so these guys really coming together to get this Apache machine sorted out. Oh, still untidy down there, but TJ, experienced driver, rolls it deep through the finish line, and the deeper you go through there, the safer you'll be at the end of it. 47.340. So Hugh Gilchrist will be last won't be. The Matrix will be next, our second last boat for qualifying 2 for the Group A. Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix, and he's just run it wide, run it up on the tyres. So just waiting to see if Hugh's going to put his hand up and request assistance from the safety crew. Looks as though not sure what's going to happen there. So Hugh, if you need some assistance from the safety crew, and the safety crew doing the right thing there, ladies and gentlemen, as well, by not rushing out there. Yes, Hugh's given them the indication. We are going to need a rescue, so our jet ski operator, who we always call our rescue craft, Scruffy the tugboat, so he's going to come and unleash Scruffy. I think he's got a combination lock on that jet ski, so he's sitting there going, right, what was the combination? Yeah, righto. Just unravelling the tow rope, so they'll get up there and effect a rescue of the Matrix. So g'day to everybody who's watching on the live stream right around the world, and for you ladies and gentlemen that are sitting on the bank, we thank you very much for your patronage. But also, if you've got friends and family who can't make it down today, get them to go onto the V8 Superboats Facebook page. The live stream is free. There are plenty of bots, plenty of scammers out there trying to suck away everybody's money. It is a free service. So if you've got any friends and family that are missing the action here today and they want to check it out, V8 Superboats on Facebook will have the link. And just a reminder, it is a free service. So got our jet ski operator just showing off a little bit of style, a little bit of skill going up and affecting the rescue of Hugh Gilchrist and Narelle Pello. So the Matrix team got it wrong way during... pain. So I'm sort of thinking that I should have invested in witches' hats at some point in my earlier life. I think I would have been making a few dollars. All right, so just waiting for Scruffy the tugboat to get out of Eliza Roylance's way. You heard the engine starting there with Daryl Hutton in the hazardous machine. Hugh Gilchrist and the team just trying to get the boat up onto the trailer down there. So it is Eliza Roylance coming off. Grant Burke looking after the juniors down there. So Eliza Roylance certainly gained a little bit of experience, and while there's a bit of confusion going on down there, just takes a bit of a breath, just rolls around the pits there, just nice and easily in that launch pool, just waiting to line it up. Get the okay from the start of the heat here today. Has actually taken out our first starter. And Bob, he's in good nick though. He's in the hands of the Ambos there. Nothing too untoward. Just the old heat of the day getting to a few people. So just make sure that you slip, slop, slap, slide on some sunnies, find some shade. I see a lot of you have been doing that. So just make sure you stay hydrated. Whichever way you think is the best way to do that, that is perfectly fine by me. But Eliza Roylance, the young lady from Forbes, doing very well indeed. Comes very close into that right-hand corner, right near that apex. And now just getting through these flip-flop sections. Very hard to get through there, fast or slow. Certainly challenging, no doubt about that. Now up and around the Kennards Hire roundabout. Kenoth, that's what we like to see, Kennards Hire. And a fantastic work from the sponsors there and helping us here, as well as Penrite Oils and Spitwater as well. So Eliza Roylance now just cruising along, now to the far side of the track and under the loop, and posts a time of, my glasses are blown off my head, so I'll try to have to get this in braille, about 1 minute and 8 seconds there, I think. Eliza Roylance just give the island a little bit of a nudge on the way through, just to say, right, we need to move you out of the way a little bit. But a 1 minute and 8 second run there for Eliza Roylance with Connor Smith running a 1:01. All right, so away we go, unlimited style. Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry, hazardous, the A and B driven boat. And does the methanol sound and smell sweet from where I'm standing. So Nutsy just laying it down, wants to take the challenge to Fonzie Mullen, but it is a challenge within the team, because you've got Daryl Hutton and Chris Edmonds, A and B driving this little 950 horsepower hazardous machine. And it is a sweet machine, make no doubt about that. So Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry pushing for the line, and it's going to be a cracker. And that is a 38, ladies and gentlemen, 38.503. That is a great run from Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry. Now Daryl Hutton has shown to the B driver, Chris Edmonds, see mate, if you drive it as well as I do, you can get that time. So that's putting pressure on. Yet to see the ramjet machine of Fonzie Mullen on the ramp. So has something gone on with the GM Motorsport team? Can see Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine. He's waiting for his run. Scotty Krause, Rachel Parsons coming onto the ramp. Spider Roberts waiting for a crack. Simon Doyle there. But where is Fonzie Mullen? So plenty of work going on in the GM Motorsport team. They're running 3 boats with 4 drivers this weekend. The unlimited boat of the Ramjet with Fonzie. They've got the A and B driven rip shift boat, Bastian and Nate Mullen, and also the Rampage machine at Jody Ely. So plenty going on there, but no Fonzie Mullen on the ramp at the moment. So we'll wait and see if we can get some news from there. And very, very tight ramp down there. I dare say that the crew, lot of stuff going on down there. We've got trailer backers and direction givers and all sorts of stuff going on. So who is going to be coming off the trailer first? Scotty Kraus, the man from Temora, the 2018 Shed Unlimited champion. Rachel Parsons now coming off the trailer, right up against the pit wall. The twin turbo, 1200 plus horsepower in the Chaos machine. Scotty Kraus, Rachel Parsons, what will they be able to achieve here? Will they be able to get down into the 38s that Daryl Hutton posted? Will it be down into the 37s that Fonzie did in Q1? So Krausey, well, those birds have decided that's probably not the smartest place to sit. They're off into the wilderness as Krausey unleashed the beast in the Burson's Auto Parts machine. The man from Temora, as I said, 2018 Unlimited champion. He shared that with Fonzie Mullen. So around the Kennards he goes. Now into the crosswash. The washing machine caught him, knifed it. This is what we're seeing at the bottom here of the track. Oh, that sweet smell. And you can hear those turbos just spooling up. They sing. So Kraus across the line. Good run. Scotty Kraus with a 40.524, 40.524. So roughly 2 seconds down on the time that Daryl Hutton posted. And still no Fonzie Mullen. It will be Sam Everingham coming out now in the Excalibur machine. New to this man, and he's been driving very well so far today. Qualifying round number 2, Unlimited style. Simon Williams doing the navigational duty. Sam Everingham, Truck Hire Solutions. And away he goes, 510 cubic inch, produces around about 900 horsepower, this Sprint Tech hull. Sam Everingham been around the sport for a number of years, but really coming to the fore in this little boat. Gone from the days of massive, massive horsepower. We're bringing it back a little bit. Finding that the boat, the setup, the hull, the jet unit, all these types of things combining with a lower horsepower engine gives you a bit more reliability. And certainly at the moment, Sam Everingham looking like it's working for him very well indeed. So Simon Williams doing the navigational duty. Sam Everingham across the line. Oh, tidy there. Very good, 40.939 for Sam Everingham. He will be very happy with that run. And if you're getting a little bit of wind noise through the speakers there, ladies and gentlemen, there's not much we can do about it. It is blowing dogs off chains here between 50 and 60 kilometres an hour, making it very hard for broadcast at the moment. We hope that dies off a little bit. The girlfriend coming out with Simon Doyle. So Simon Doyle and Xander Doyle. Oh, the big back off, airborne across the island, lands it. Keep going, mate. Oh, I might have rattled him. No, you'll be right. Carry on, Doyley. And so he is. Now, I'm not too sure how the rules are going to see this because he's taken a shortcut, a fairly significant shortcut. So it is considered a wrong way even though the rotation's right, you can't chop off half an island. So Simon Doyle, his heart rate slowed down again. So Simon Doyle there. Well, that was an exciting early part of the lap, but that will actually be a DNF, ladies and gentlemen. Did not finish because even though the rotation was right, you cannot shortcut half an island. That is considered sort of taking a little bit less real estate than originally planned by the course design and layout. So, yep, that'll be a DNF, but it's now Glenn Spider Roberts in the blown budget. James Parsons doing the navigational duties here. This is this opportunity for Spider, the 632 cubic inch big block beast out of Shepparton in Victoria. And he loves these conditions, the trying, challenging conditions that Griffith is offering. A little bit on and off the accelerator. Now in the run for the line. Oh, the Spider with a 43.954 there for Glenn Roberts. So as we now see the hazardous machine with the B driver, Chris Edmonds, coming down to the ramp, Jamie Moroney doing the navigational duties. So they're just making sure that Chris Edmonds and Jamie Moroney strapped in nice and tight. Right, so it is the man, the Broadacre farmer from Goondiwindi. Drives the tractor at about 23 kilometres an hour flat out most of the day. Now gets into a methanol sucking monster that is an unlimited V8 superboat. This boat will accelerate from 0 to 130 in around about 1.6 seconds. Bang! Oh, this little boat this boat is just sensational. And Daryl Hutton, the A driver, posted a time in the 38 seconds. The B driver, in fact, the boat owner, Chris Edmonds, he's like, well, I can't allow that to happen. I can't allow the other driver to beat me, so it's a race within a race within a race. And Chris Edmonds driving it like he owns it. This run is going to be very tight, so Chris Edmonds across the line in a 39.527, 1 second slower than the A driver Daryl Hutton, and no information on what has happened to Fonzie Mullen, but maybe he's decided to sit this one out, and that is okay. So that rounds out qualifying round number 2 for all of our classes. We are going to reset our clocks and get set to get wet as we go racing for qualifying round number 3. We're just going to effect a few changes to the track, so it'll be a little while and we'll be back. stay tuned. Having a bit of a chat now. Yep, he's just having a chat to the starter down here in Brooke Lucas, who's also the race director. You've got a few hats on today, mate, and you've got Digger Mate on your hat. I wanted to call you something else, but you look so much better with a flag over your face. So, Kobe, just having a little bit of trouble getting the fire into the belly of the Penrite Patriot Campers UWS vessel. He's onto it now. He'll just come around and have another bit of a crack at it. So he got the throttle stuck, so he came towards the starter just a little bit quickly. So that's all right. That's not a long-term problem. It is just something that sometimes happens. The old foot gets jammed into the cockpit, and young Kobe quick enough to just shut the boat off. So that's a very positive outcome and a great learning curve for these youngsters. So Kobe Burke, second in the overall championship at the moment. He wants to take a win here today. So Kobe just making sure he's not going to get his foot jammed on that accelerator again. Just being told to do another doughy in the launch pool. Being sent back to the trailer. So we'll just find out, get a bit of information and find out what's going on there. Crew Chief Grant Burke down there. Looks like they're going to bring out some spanners on that vessel. So now we are going to move into qualifying round number 3 for the LS category. Bastion Mullen, last time out, went the wrong way. Very, very unusual for this man that is the reigning champion in this category and leading the championship this year as well. So for Bastion Mullen to have taken a wrong turn last time out, what will he be able to achieve here? I dare say he will be absolutely kicking himself. Very hard on himself is Bastion Mullen. But having said that, he will be kicking himself. He'll put that behind him. There is no doubt about that. He'll just put the race face on, concentrate on the job at hand. What happened an hour ago will not be factoring into his thought process at this time. Around the Kennards roundabout nicely. Got through that crosswash beautifully. Now down in front of commentary into this right-left combination. Oh, gets a beautiful back off. Maintain boat speed, but handle the boat beautifully. So Bastion Mullen, he got it right that time for a 40.354. 40.354 there for Bastion Mullen. So Kobe Burke in the junior boat, out of the water, that boat going back into the tent area. So it is Laurie and Karen Howlett indicating to the starter that they have the arm braces secure. So they have 6-point safety belts here, ladies and gentlemen, neck braces, harness device, fireproof helmets fireproof gloves, fireproof race suit. So as safe as we can make this crazy sport. Laurie Howlett in the drop bear racing. A little bit tentative off the line after he spun it out last time at that part of the track up there. So he's been on and off the throttle throughout today, wondering if that is an engine issue or if that it's a lorry issue. So it does actually sound like it could be missing. Just trying to have a listen here to see whether it's Laurie feathering the pedal or if it's something going on behind the driver's seat. Yeah, something not quite right, I would suggest, in the drop bear racing machine. Laurie, oh yeah, bit of sideways bounce there towards the end of that run. We'll get back to your time in just a second. So Laurie there with a 47.283, 47.283. So the Spartan out next. Luke Walters and Jazzy Calvert. Just waiting to be brought up to the start chute. He's going to do another rotation in the launch pool. All right, now he's straightened it up, just waiting for the start. Juzzy, the navigator, just nodding the head, saying, let's go. And away they do go indeed. And wow, this is a very, very confident start to the lap. But here's where it gets tricky, right there. The boat just beautifully cutting through that crosswash into this roundabout down the bottom. Just spraying water everywhere. Oh, got a real good look. Spun it out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's upside down. Is the Spartan. And another one bites the dust. Another one gone. Another one gone. Another one bites the dust. So they'll just roll that boat gently up onto its feet. And driver navigator will be giving them the indication of what's going on. They won't roll it over until they're ready to roll it up the hill by the look of it. So we've got one bloke on the wrong side of it. Just ease it over there. Well done. These boats incredibly light, ladies and gentlemen. They only weigh, without driver and navigator, about 400 kilos, something like that. So 500. Now, that was a beautiful roll over there. What do you think of that, Brooke, race director? Did you like that one? It was a nice little roll over, that one. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the boys from the Spartan team. Luke and Juzzy, they come out, they're giving a okay, and they're just looking at it in frustration going, what have we done there? But as the boat came up through that middle channel, through the Spitwater channel, heading to the top part of the track, caught the crosswash on the left-hander and drove them deep into there. Then it was all over when they grabbed the tyres, rolled it up the bank, and let's just hope that there is no damage to the boat. Both driver and navigator look to be okay. No worries at all. Well, they are definitely okay because they're certainly giving the safety crew plenty of direction and even assisting. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Drivers and navigator actually pushing the boat back into the water. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. But good on them. So, well done, and let's hope that there is no damage to the Spartan for Luke and Juzzy there. Just popping their way back in there. That would suggest that the the jet ski. Let's hope the jet ski isn't required. But listen, we're just going to take a short break. Going to jump out of the wind for a minute, and hopefully we will be back racing very soon. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, up on the hill, are you having fun today? Do you like V8 jet sprinting? Do you like Superboats? All right, there's one lady over there waving her arms in the chair saying yes, and the rest of you are sat quiet. I'll ask you again, are you having fun? All right, that's the attitude that we want. Fantastic. Great to see you, ladies and gentlemen, here today. And because we're on the live stream, we're just letting people know right around the world that it is blowing 50 to 60 kilometres an hour at times here at the moment, and it's about 36 degrees. So certainly making for challenging conditions for everybody. Got the cameraman here. He was trying to keep his eye, just have a set, still shot. The wind blew, and next thing that he was filming the sky looking for Superman instead of filming the water looking for a super boat. So it's been very, very interesting indeed. We're going to be back in just a little while once we effect the rescue of the Team Spartan. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around, grab yourselves a cold one. We'll see you soon.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
In the aggravation machine. Just waiting for them to come under starters orders, just waiting for the jet ski to be put back to the pole. Tyler now making his way to the start. Oh, nice little jump there. Got onto that nice and early, did Tyler O'Day. I dare say that Brooke Lucas will be having a little bit of a word to him, saying, mate, I know you want to go, but you've got to wait till I drop the flag. So Tyler O'Day looking the goods at the moment. Good looking hull, this one. Oh, he's gone the wrong way, has he? Gone the wrong way is Tyler O'Day. So Tyler driving very, very aggressively, but that will be a DNF. He went the wrong way, got a rotational error, didn't re-correct himself. When he came out of the roundabout at where he is just now, he needed to go up the centre and he came out to the left towards commentary, didn't realise his mistake and probably still doesn't, so that will be a DNF. Jim Beeman now. JB Racing. Aaron Collins doing the navigation duties here. Oh, so he's been actually DNS because he beat DQ for that one. Righto, so in the meantime, Jim Beeman. Our Jim, in his practice lap, if you were here earlier, spat it out after the line. Chucked it up on the dirt. But certainly not letting that get in the way of a good story and a lot of boat speed at the moment. So the warrant officer from Canberra, the capital of Australia, just strutting his stuff here on the stage at Griffith here in New South Wales. One of the world's most challenging courses. Plenty of water gets banged back off these tyres. Jim Beeman taking a completely different line through that section that he has done all day thus far. Qualifying round number 3 for the LS category. Jim Beeman across the line and a 43.792. 43.792. So almost there, Rob Johnson will be out next with Steve Mervich. So Rob, another one of these guys, been on and off the throttle a fair bit, unsettling the handling of the boat. So what he'll need to do, and hopefully now that he's got this rotation down, be a little bit smoother on that accelerator, roll into it, roll out of it, and that will just keep the handling of the boat a lot better way to actually deal with it. So let's just hope that the Almost There team can really hook into it this time, get that foot settled a little bit. So Rob Johnson just rotating now. He'll just come in, he'll see the green flag, he'll make his way towards the start. Yep, they've got the wrist restraints on. Our starter actually having trouble holding the flag. Nicely through the chicanes there for the Almost There team. Split down the middle, that's the split water spit. Spit water, that's what it does. The pressure cleaners, great Australian product. Much better through there for Rob Johnson. Saw him go through there during Q2. Had the boat all over the place. That time really considered, very constructive drive through that section of the track. Now down this back chute once again. Run it out wide, and he has done exactly that. Oh, catches a bit of a wave, a pressure wave through there. You can almost surf that one. Hung it out a little bit on the hairpin. Now in the run for home, Rob Johnson eases it over the line. Very smart drive, that one there for the Almost There team, and posts a time of 47.367. So that was, as they come around towards commentary, you'll actually notice quite a large wave coming through there that's bouncing back off the tyres and feeding back out of the track. And in some circumstances, that wave is quite exceptional. And when the boat hits it at a certain angle, it'll either roll over the wave or it'll thump into that wave and almost knife out of that area. Lance Edmonds up next in the Solid Gold machine. Lance spat it out during qualifying round number 1. Peter Sendy doing the navigational duties, the Atchison hull. This boat trimmed very nicely for this track indeed. They like this boat with the nose right in the water. You can see as it dips into the corners, the water just spraying up into the driver and navigator's face. So Lance Edmonds is looking good at the moment. Peter Sendy got the hand well over the dashboard there as the navigator. And Lance Edmonds really coming along, a rookie to the sport this season. And eases it off across the line. So 45.872, 45.872. And what we are seeing here is a lot of these drivers, when they come through that finish loop, just easing it off because there's a big washing machine effect right where Lance Edmonds is right now that's creating havoc. So The drivers are starting to work out their way around that and going, righto, we'll just ease it through there. So next out will be Kyle Elphingston. Jacob Bellamy doing the navigational duties. Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes. Truck tow bars, spit water, blackout racing it is. Kyle Elphingston had a cracker last time out. Have a look at the way he's just attacked the flip-flops, the chicanes. The bloke is really just seeing this track so beautifully at the moment. It's just amazing how this young man has just sort of got into this sport and been very good right from the outset. So Kyle Elphingston in this latter part of the lap, now just feeding it plenty. Oh, didn't ease it off like he did last time. He's worked away around it to keep the power down and keeps pushing it right through to the line. And that's a cracker time for the LS category with a 41.393. Bastion Mullen still quickest at the moment with a 40.354. So quiet time now with Noel Verning. These guys are going out without sunglasses, without eye protection at all, and this is obviously certainly a considered choice, because quite often as the boats are coming around and getting hit by the pressure and the splash off the previous sort of rotation, the water getting into the eyes, it creates a bit of a kaleidoscope. So you'll see lots of different ways that drivers and navigators go about trying to clear their vision for it. A lot of them believe that if you've just got the naked eye, you can just blink the water away. A lot of guys and girls prefer the glasses. Both a little bit porpoisey. Big section of, oh, he's backed off it. How he saved that, I don't know. You heard the big back off the pop. Noel Verning just throwing caution to the wind and say, you know what, we are having a crack here. The quiet time machine, certainly no quiet time here in the run for home. Lines it up, had to straighten it up too. So Noel Verning, quiet time. That was a good run. That had plenty of excitement factor to that one, and that was a 45.277. So Nathan Garrett, the navigator there, they would have certainly been enjoying that one, no doubt about that. We've got the Twisted Girls now lining up for their next run. Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney. For Leader Woodworking Machinery and Camera Warehouse, these girls are the first all-girl team in many, many a year, and they've been doing a very good job indeed. These girls just getting better and better as the day's going on. Nice ease off. That's a smart drive in through the left, right and into the chicanes there. So the girls in the Twisted. That right-left combination, geez, they're looking good through here and really gaining a lot of time on where they've previously been, and that's a tidy run. They'll be happy with that. And a 48.545 from the girls from Twisted, Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney. Looks like Nate Mullen coming out next to the B driver in the LS, the Rip Shift machine. His brother posted a time there of 40.354 in Bastion Mullen. He's leading the charge at the moment. Kyle Elphingston a full second behind him, and Jim Beeman 2.4 seconds behind Kyle. So a big disparity. What will Nate Mullen do? Will he be able to get into the 41, start putting pressure on the rest of these guys at the top, or is he going to play safety, being the B driver with his older brother leading the charge in the championship? Don't want to risk that. So Nate Mullen, certainly an exciting driver. We've seen him upside down. We've seen him do all sorts of exciting things in his rookie run. In the Rip Shift machine now, the young man from Melton, really just a very, very good driver and developing beautifully as well. Down through the Spitwater split. Spitwater, that's what it does. Oh, nice drive. Couple of very, very tricky parts of this track. So Nate Mullen really laying into it, just rolling off that wave down the back chute there, and really just gaining confidence with his bouncy rotation here at Griffith, laying into this LS across the line. Nate Mullen, good drive, puts himself where he wants to be, which is in a 41.890 into P3 for qualifying round number 3 for the LS category. So at the moment, that is Bastion Mullen, Kyle Elphingston, Nate Mullen, Jim Beeman, Noel Verning and Lance Edmonds making up the top 6, with Karen Howlett in Drop Bear Racing still to run for qualifying 3 in the LS category. Laurie Howlett doing the navigational duties for climate control systems. Karen just easing up through the top there. So last time Karen was out, she did a 1 minute 11 seconds. The first time out, she was 1 minute 30 seconds. Then she went down to 1 minute 20 seconds, then down to 1 minute 11 seconds. So now we want to see where she's going to end up here. Can she bring it down inside 60 seconds? That'll be her main goal for the day, I would suggest. So open it up. Nice comfortable drive there, and she was 3 seconds quicker than the last outing with 1:08.230. So just doing what she wants to do, and that is just getting better and better each and every time she goes out. So we are now going to move into the junior category, and it looks like Connor Smith is going to be out. Kobe Burke looks like he's missed out in a run, but I'm sure that will be readdressed, no doubt about that. So Connor Smith at the moment coming out in the junior development boat, just waiting for our starter to give him the okay to move forward into the start chute. I've got a much better looking starter now. Don't know who this is down here, but yeah, so Connor Smith coming out now. So Connor just boots this Little Psycho jet sprint boat. It was actually named Little Psycho because Kobe Burke was over in the States, and Kyle Patrick, a competitor over there, raced in Australia for the World Series, has competed in New Zealand and a very strong competitor as well in the US of A. And Kobe was over there having a look at Kyle's boat and went, oh, I like the name of that, Psycho. Is it all right if I get the opportunity to call my boat Little Psycho. And of course, Kyle Patrick, being the man that he is, said, absolutely, young man, you can go for it. So Justin Roylance, El Presidente, up here, mate. How's it all feeling for the proceedings today?
Yeah, mate, it's absolutely fantastic. The races are getting in and having a go, and it looks like the crowd's starting to fill in, so good day as far as I'm concerned.
Fantastic day. Can you do something about the wind in my area here?
Is that a trick question?
I think so.
No, you can look after your own wind.
Righto, I have been. So Connor Smith there across the line, just get a time from you, for you, and that is a 101.910. Group A, Jody Ely, qualifying round number 3 for the Group A category, the Rampage Machine. He's got one up on Brendan and Rory Doyle at the moment, purely and simply because Brendan spat it out last time round. So, will that give Jody the confidence he needs to stand on top of the podium come the end of the day? Or will that build overconfidence? Long way to go till we get there. It's only qualifying round number 3. Big spray of water coming up off that crosswash. But Jody in this sprint tech hull, just laying it down at the moment and really doing a very, very good job indeed. Just nails it down through the finish chute, and then he's going to put a bit of wood on Brendan Doyle. Don't worry about that. So 41.464, 41.464. Good run there from Jody Ely. And the man challenging for the championship is Brendan Doyle. He'll be out next. And, well, this race, it is going to go right down to the wire. And Brendan Doyle did himself no favours during qualifying round number 2. Spat it out and parked it up on the dirt at the top part of the track. But, you know, a couple of years ago, back in 2017, when Brendan was early into the sport, he had a big ding here, caused themselves a rebuild, and eventually bought this brand new Pulse race boat. Rory Doyle sitting in the navigator's chair. Just waiting to be released off the trailer now. Yeah, thanks. All right, so the Pulse machine is off the trailer, lines the starter up. Says, righto, give me the green. I want the green and I want to beat the time. He just set a 41.464. Keep a close eye on this one, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the championship is between the Rampage machine and the Pulse machine. This is the second last meeting. The final meeting will be at Keith. Will it all come down to that final meeting? We're going to have a good idea at the end of tonight how that is going to look. But Brendan Doyle certainly not pushing as hard after a little bit of get out of jail and the popping up on the grass last time out. Certainly not hammering it, but driving pretty tidily all the same. And that is going to be a 42.397, 42.397. So Jody 0.9 quicker than Brendan. So it'll be Darren Casper coming out next. So Darren Casper in the Ozpebble machine, Matt Foote doing the navigational duties. Let's Boogie's the name of the boat. Let's Boogie indeed. So Darren Casper at Temora, if you had been here earlier, you would have heard that Darren Casper had this boat with Matt, the navigator's wife, Kayla in it. They rolled up and over the tyres now to the track down there at Temora and rebuilt the boat. Decided, well, I might as well, if Kayla's no good, I might as well put the husband in. See how we go with that one. So he's done a lot of work to the hull and to the engine. Had a few missteps throughout the course of this season. The 22-23 Penrite Oils Australian V8 Superboat Championship. Oh, a little bit untidy around that hairpin. Not going to be bothering the top three with that time. But Darren Kesper still out and about and having a crack, and that's what we like to see in a 54.212, 54.212 for the Let's Boogie team, brought to you by Oz Pebble. So Danny Napick and Darren Tickell, toughen up. So Danny is a three-time world champion water ski race driver. Darren Tickell been around water ski racing for a lot of years. These guys very accomplished, and when you're a world champion, you certainly have the knowledge, the skill, and the mental ability to be able to get to the top of the tree. They are new to the sport, but what they are achieving in such a short amount of time is nothing but spectacular. And all I can say is every time they're out, I just get more and more impressed with the way they go about their craft, the way they go about their business, the way they look, the way they learn, the way they listen. Their first time here at the Griffith track. So where the water conditions are a little bit tricky, Danny just easing off through there. And when he's got that opportunity to squeeze that throttle, he's certainly doing that. So Danny Napick and Darren Tickell now in the run towards the line. And the lap completed with a 45.159, and they'll be happy with that. And certainly showing some intelligent driving by decelerating into some of those really water-washed areas, if you like, where the washing machine effect is happening. And that just shows a level of poise that, just shows that why the man is a three-time world champion driver in water ski racing. So, Mr. Roy Lance, how is your boat coming along after you binned it very heavily twice in a row earlier in the season?
Our boat has come up absolutely fantastic. If you look over your left shoulder, you'll spot it down here in the pits. It's just been sold. Mike Hessel has purchased the Oz 1 boat from Group A, so he's going to have some fun in that very shortly.
All right, so we'll get back to you in just a minute once we just try to cast my eyes down there to see who's coming out next. TJ in the Apache is just trying to see through all of the stuff. So what's the new plans? You getting a new one?
We're going to have a few beers and talk some good stories tonight, and we'll work it out tonight.
Great work, Justin Roylance. TJ out on the track, Brad James. And I tell you, the Pulse and the JRE working together, the James brothers. So Brad James raced many, many moons ago and was a very accomplished driver, decided that he would put together the Pulse race hulls. TJ being offered a drive in the Apache. He said, you know what, Brad, I'm bringing you with me. And look, these boys have been working. Oh, have a look at the handling of that thing. That's like a bucking bronco. I was about to say the changes they've made have made the handling of this boat look a lot better, but I don't think I'm going to say that because it's really the changes they've made between the last round and this one has certainly sent that handling of that boat a lot further back than it was during qualifying round number 2. So the changes they've made there, not to good effect, and I think that any person could certainly see that with your eyes half shut to 47.542, and that is a rough ride. I reckon they're going to need to see the Cairo there. Roylo, what do you think?
Yeah, these guys are pretty switched on. They're going to dial this boat in. Maybe not tonight. They'll take it back and massage it over the weekend, and should be good for Keith. Keep an eye on it.
Oh, look, I agree, but I just think the changes that they made between Q2 and Q3, they've gone backwards there a little bit. The boat just didn't look anywhere near as settled during Q2.
No, definitely not. TJ might have been giving it a bit more of a push there too, so I'll catch up with him shortly and see what the story was.
Yeah, it's always interesting because sometimes these guys will make changes and they go the wrong way with those changes, and other times they'll just push it a little bit harder, as you just heard Justin Roylance mention. So always an interesting outcome. So just waiting to see if Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix is going to come out. Can't see him on the ramp. So after he spat it out, might be affecting some repairs to that. So that looks like we're going to round out qualifying round number 3 for the Group A category. We are going to get ready to go qualifying 3 for the unlimited category. But first, it is going to be Little Psycho with Eliza Royland. So, mate, your daughter in there, do you get nervous when she's out and about on the track?
Yeah, mate, I wouldn't be human if I didn't. So, but she's confident, she's sensible, and she's taking it steady. She had a bit of a wild ride after the finish line last time, so be interesting to see what she does this time.
Oh, absolutely, mate. How does your wife go watching the daughter in there?
I think Bree is probably more nervous watching Eliza than what she is watching us. So anyway, we'll see how she goes after this lap.
Good work, mate. Eliza Royland's out on track now, and I keep talking about the difference between young girls and young men, and I think that Eliza goes about it just that little bit more stately. But what we saw at Temora was that at the end of it, she really pushed very hard, and so that initial easing into it, if you like, seems to work a lot better for the younger ladies, I think.
Yeah, look, it's we need some more women in the sport actually, because they generally are, much more refined in their driving, and they're a lot gentler. So seem to have a bit more respect for the gear as well. So I think you're 100% right, mate. Takes a different approach to the boys for sure.
And that is always a positive thing, because quite often we'll see see boys and men get out there, the elbows out, really aggressive, start trying to throw things around a little bit and come unstuck, whereas the ladies just have a little bit more finesse. And but Eliza now in down the back chute, and she will cruise over there and get a time of 60 seconds, .418. So she is quicker than Connor Smith. No, she hasn't finished. Sorry, I got a little bit early in there, didn't I? Like now she's finished, so she's a little bit slower than Connor. She's got a 1:17. But that was a really good. I was actually that pumped up talking about it that I got a little bit carried away with my own good self. But it's funny that Daryl Hutton's off the trailer with Mick Parry in the navigator's chair there, and they're really keen to get this hazardous machine out on track. I do notice that Fonzie Mullen, after sitting out Q2 for a reason that we're not yet sure of, is now on the ramp as well. But Daryl Hutton certainly wants to get this lap underway off the trailer before exceptions and expectations, and ready to rock and roll. So Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry, hazardous, 950 horsepower, naturally aspirated, up through the chicanes beautifully. Great line there from Daryl Hutton, the Kiwi, who has become an Aussie. Mick Parry, really deep into the Penrite roundabout. The right, left. Keep the power into it. That's the way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Keep the power on it. Keep the boat settled. Drive through the crosswash. And Daryl Hutton looking good. He's deep around this right-hander. And that is fast. That is very fast. Daryl Hutton, this is going to be 37 seconds. And Daryl Hutton, 38.770. The split was a 16.5, so we're going to keep an eye on these splits from now on. 16.5 to end up with a 38.7. And I think as he comes around from the far channel from commentary, the back chute, and comes back down towards commentary, he's running the boat a lot deeper than everybody else, therefore making it a big sweeper coming around in front of commentary and gaining a lot of time in there. See, some of the other guys are trying to get round that corner and hug that apex, and that's where the bounce is coming out. Underwater movement, start stepping the boat sideways, start stepping it in different directions, making it hard to control. But we just saw what an experienced driver like Daryl Hutton can achieve, and that is a lot of pace down through that part of the course, maintaining the momentum. And I thought that we might have seen a 37, but Fonzie Mullen, the only one down into the 37s at the moment. And Nutsy knocking on the door of that. He's been in the 38s a couple of times. He'll definitely want to get into the 37s. So Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart in the Ramjet. reigning Australian champion, reigning world champion, the man leading this Australian championship. Fonzie Mullen, keep an eye on this one. Whoa, that is a good line up there at plenty of speed. It is the Pulse Hull, the GM Motorsport engine, 1100 horsepower. Fonzie Mullen driving it. Oh, there was a hesitation there, I reckon, from Fonzie. Couldn't quite find that channel. Now around the top part of the course, down through the back chute, this Pulse Hull handles these really rough conditions very well, there is no doubt about it. Into the right, the left, the hull just hit a bit of water, that was the bang. The chute down the back, Fonzie Mullen, oh, big off! That is huge! Whoa! Fonzie Mullen absolutely flying. The hull just let go backwards into the wall. From where we are, we can't see what's happening. Scotty Kraus will go back to the trailer. The time was a 37.5. So people running into there to see how Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart are. That was a big off, big backwards into that solid tyre wall down at the bottom end of the track. So, well, let's hope they are A-OK. So I can see from the camera angle here that Fonzie's, so we've got a thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart are okay. Give them a massive round of applause, please. Whoa, that is at pace. I'm looking forward to having a look back on the live stream at the replay of that one, having a look on 7 Mate when that goes to air. That we'll take a little while to sort that out. So what I might do, if I can, I might try to grab the microphone, have a chat to Fonzie Mullen. That is the first time in a that is first time in my memory that Fonzie Mullen has come out at pace like that in my memory. And that's sometime since he started the sport, however many years ago, 13 years ago. So certainly a big one. Let's hope that the boat is okay. Both driver and navigator have given us a thumbs up. That's very positive. We'll take a short break and hopefully the next person we chat to will be Fonzie Mullen.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we do understand some of you lovely people have called an ambulance. We thank you very much for doing that, but we do have ambulances in attendance. While we do understand the concern for driver and navigator, they are A-OK. We're going to have a chat to them in just a minute. So we thank you, but that's okay. We do have things in hand.
Got airborne and didn't recover and didn't grip, and that was it. So all over.
Lucky it went in backwards, I would have thought.
Oh, I'm not so sure.
Well, you're okay.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I'll get checked out from the medics. They've summoned me over there now, so we'll sort that out and see what we can do.
Well, mate, hopefully you come back to fight another day today. What happened in Q2? You weren't out and about. What was going on there?
Nah, the water level's a bit low. No need to. Got a championship on the line, so no use doing that. But yeah, after my run, Binnon wasn't the way to go about things either.
Well, mate, look, the main thing is that you guys are okay. That's what we love to see. The boat's a little bit, you'll be right, mate. You know what you're doing. Thanks very much for your time, mate.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart, give them another big round of applause. And also a round of applause for our ambos as well. And Fonzie and Lee just make their way over there. Just give them a bit of a once-over. If I was any judge, I'd say, yep, thumbs up, away you go, boys. But I'm not a medical professor. I'm not even a very good tradesman, and that's what I do for a living. So I don't think we'll take any notice of that. What will Krause and Rachel do here? Hopefully we won't see an emulation of what we just saw with Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart in the Ramjet machine. So they'll be going to the ambos, getting checked over, then going back, having a look at what the boat's doing and seeing what is going to happen out of there. So certainly exciting, and that's why you don't take your eyes off the track for a second. All right, so just waiting for our starter to be A-OK. So Krause just wants to get on with it. The green flag is up. So next time, rotating around, Krause will get to it. Looks like there's a bit of water coming up off the flywheel there in Krause's twin turbo. So certainly nothing to be overly concerned about. So Krause now just rolling deep, lining her up, thumbs up. That's what beautiful work to the camera, Scotty Krause. A lot of water in the back of that boat as well. So the water being thrown up by the flywheel. But Scotty Krause out on track at the moment. Yeah, really just not a lot going on positive there for Krause at all. And as you see, he's just turned and said, no, not happy with that one. We'll take it back. We'll throw it back up on the trailer. So be love to have a chat to Krause, find out what's going on. But of course, we've got the all of our crews are on the other side of the launch pool here. So having a bit of trouble getting to them at the moment and keeping an eye on timing as well. So that's all right though, but it is now Excalibur Sam Everingham, the man who they had the blower on him a little bit earlier, the Milwaukee blower, the 6 amp battery, just trying to keep the driver cool. They just ignored the navigator, they didn't worry about him at all. So Sam Everingham, Simon Williams coming out to play in the Excalibur. And bang, straight lines the chicane, better than anyone I've seen do today. Sam Everingham in this new boat has come to play. Around the Penrite roundabout, the left, right, that's caught a few, but he manages to stick it, he's nailed it. Down the back chute, Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine, in nice and tight. Not the way that we saw from Daryl Hutton, but certainly at pace and did it to good effect. So Sam Everingham loves this Excalibur machine, and that is a great time. Puts him into the 39.366, and so that is behind the time of Daryl Hutton. By the way, just to let you know that Fonzie Mullen posted a time of 37.5. So the rules state that you must be in control when you cross the line. He was in control when he crossed the line until he hit the washing machine after the line, and that's what spat him out. So that time will stand. Will it mean anything in the long-term outcome of today? We are not too sure. Time will tell. He and Lee just having a chat to the ambos, so that is just the precautionary measure that it is always taken. So it will be now Simon Doyle, the Simons in the Girlfriend, the two Simons. It is Simon Doyle and Xander Doyle, my apologies. So Simon got it wrong on that part of the track last time, spat it out, cut the island. He got through that a lot better this time. So just so you're aware, Simon Doyle is a rookie. So it's only his third race meeting, I think, second or third. And what we're seeing here is just a very considered drive. First time here at this track, and we've seen the outcome of one Fonzie Mullen. We saw the outcome of the Spartan boys, Jim Beeman early in the day, Brendan Doyle, Simon's brother. So but it'll be certainly a race of attrition come night. Don't worry about that. So Simon Doyle across the line there with a 56.988. So the fire in the belly of the hazardous machine. Chris Edmonds, the B driver, coming off with Jamie Moroney. The A driver, Daryl Hutton, posted a 38. What will Chris Edmonds be able to provide here? So Daryl Hutton posted a 38.77. Chris Edmonds, the boat owner, now wants to be able to beat that time. And wow, have a look at this hazardous machine off the line. This is a good drive this early in the lap for Chris Edmonds. Certainly knows his way around, has a plethora of boats at his disposal, but decided to drive the hazardous machine, the A and B driven machine. So Chris Edmonds tight in around the bottom. The split was an 11. Sorry, the split was 16.9. Oh, Chris Edmonds, he nearly got loose as well in a 39.6, so Daryl Hutton still 1.1 quicker. So, and wow, there's a fair bit to get down to the time that Fonzie Mullen posted with a 37.5. Daryl Hutton with a 38.7. Sam Everingham, he's come out of the blocks beautifully with a 39.3. And that man, Chris Edmonds, with a 39.6. So certainly plenty going on in the unlimited superboats as Glenn Roberts now comes off the trailer in the blown budget machine. Older style Stingray hull, 632 cubic inches, produces about 1,200 plus horsepower. James Parsons doing the navigational duties. So, Spider just on and off the throttle up the start chute. They made some changes to this boat, brand new heads as well. The only thing the Spider hasn't replaced on this engine is the block. And, the blown budget machine, he needs to post a time here. Spider needs to develop this confidence coming in tonight because he doesn't see well under lights at all. But he's doing very well indeed at the moment. So, blown budget, Spider Roberts, James Parsons doing the navigation, got the green hand out. Now Spider, did he get unsighted up the top? Not too sure in the push for home. Glenn Spider Roberts, he got a bit of bounce as well. So a 43.5. So Fonzie Mullen at the split was a 16.0. Daryl Hutton was a 16.5, and then it sort of goes down. But that's certainly an exciting ride there for Glenn Spider Roberts. The bouncy part of that bottom part of the track is just sort of getting a lot rougher down there. So now we are getting set to go qualifying round number 4, ladies and gentlemen. G'day to Shrek over there in New Zealand. Good to see you watching the live stream. There's quite a few people around the world now starting to hook in. Blake Hughes, g'day mate, how are you travelling? And Debbie Robertson as well. Geez, I tell you what, yes, you're right. It was a stack by Fonzie, but they are okay. Being checked over by the Ambos and said, yep, no worries, go back, sort the boat out. We'll see you back in a minute. We'll take a very short break while we reset our clocks to get ready to go qualifying round number 4. Oh, beautiful line up through the chicanes from the young man from Queensland. Just feathers it off into the roundabout. He'd been going a lot quicker in and out of there in the earlier part of the day, but the boat was just porpoising and he was just washing speed off. So that's a smart move in there. Try to keep the momentum going without losing absolute speed. It is a tricky thing to try to lose momentum, drop the momentum without losing the speed. It is all one and the same. But if you get it right, it means it's fast, and smooth he's fast, fast he's smooth. And at the moment, Kobe looking very smooth indeed. So Kobe Burke now through the line, and glasses are blown away again. At a 58.9, 58.9 there for Kobe Burke, and that's a good time. So that'll put the wood down to Connor Smith. His last outing was a 101, so Kobe about roughly 2 seconds quicker. We now go to qualifying round number 4, LS style. Bastian Mullen, the son of the man we just saw have a very, very big off. His old man will have said, listen, mate, I'm fine. You go and do the job that you are here to do. That is all that I expect of you, and that is exactly what Bastian Mullen will do. It's Talia James. And wow, just shooting it up there. Now putting the power around Kennards, lining up the Spitwater chute, just getting off it a little bit there, setting the boat up nicely, laying the power down around the Penrite roundabout. Found his way through that lovely little left, right and into the chicane beautifully. It was like he's designed the track himself, like he's playing a video game. Nailed it very nicely. Young Bastian Mullen leading the charge in the LS category. Oh, hit a wave, got a hop, got a jump. So Bastian Mullen, in the LS category, he's broken the 40 seconds with a 39.679. What an absolute cracker. The first LS driver to get below the 40-second mark, and does it leading into Q5 and then the finals. So Laurie Howlett will be out next. Karen Howlett doing the navigating. Climate control systems, Panasonic, plenty of sponsors on board these ones. So Laurie in the drop bear racing machine. All the big ease off. Oh no, the boat has just cut out. The fire is lost in the belly. Now he's got the fire back again. Oh, it's behaving badly, the drop bear racing machine. And Laurie will not be happy about it. I can tell you that for a fact. But now he's just back on with it again. This thing is not handling at all well. Well, like a true racer, he's just going to continue on with the lap, gain some extra points. Now he's trying to wring its neck and teach it a lesson. So yeah, not a good lap for the drop bear team there. 56.7. So Tyler O'Day in the aggravation machine, and wow, this young man last time out, he upset the starter because he bailed, he took off from about 400 metres back before the starter had even raised the flag. Then he got a rotational error, so he's putting qualifying 3 behind him, now concentrating on qualifying 4, and well, he's not doing too bad except for upsetting the starter and getting the wrong way last time out. And the one thing you never want to do in jet sprinting, you've really only got a few things to do, and one of them is follow the starter's orders. But that'll be a good learning curve for the young man. So Tyler O'Day now through the finish. Oh, and he's knifed it. Oh, he was quick on that. That was a good save, ladies and gentlemen, because Tyler O'Day knifed it. He was coming straight towards this tyre wall, went, you know what, I've got to get my foot into it, banged his foot into it, swung it too hard, parked it up on the dirt. Wah, 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 wah. Another one bites the dust, and another one gone, and another one gone, and another one bites the dust. Really wish I could. So, but Tyler did post a time, and the time was in fact a 43.743. Now, Brooke, you were the starter last time that Tyler jumped the start, really, because he started from way back near the tin shed, didn't he?
Yeah, he started way back, and then I never even dropped the flag, and he went past me. So, yeah, it was a no start.
And look, fair enough, because look, if you sort of let these guys get away with it, they will be taking the mickey each and every time. Hey.
Well, everyone's a competitor, so any tiny little edge that you can get, you're going to take it. And if you can get one up on the starter and get away with it, well, then you're going to take it. But it's, you know, I've been around for a little while, KV, and I know what goes on.
Yeah, no flies on you, mate.
Yeah, no, it's probably because I smell good, eh?
I wouldn't say that. I've been standing pretty close to you most of the day in pretty strong wind, and that is a statement too far, I would have thought. So Tyler O'Day now making his way back towards the trailer, and the aggravation with Xavier Jackson there. All right, so Jim Beeman out on track at the moment. Aaron Collins doing the navigational duties. Some shadows starting to appear in the top part of the track, and indeed the bottom part of the track here as well. As the sun goes down here in Griffith Town, we are in for the evening. It's going to be massive, don't worry about that. We've still got a long way to go before sunstrike starts becoming a problem, but it will start becoming a little bit apparent. But Jim Beeman, after a mishap during practice, really just starting to work this boat, work the rotation, work out the water very, very well indeed. And so Jim Beeman through the line there for his qualifying 4 run, and finds himself a time there of 43.740. 43.740, and Dave Edmonds over there in the land of the Cuzzy Bros. Big g'day to you, mate, and great to see the people right around the world, and indeed you, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you very much for coming down in these blustery conditions. Good that the heat's out of the day a little bit, so that's a wonderful thing. Now if we can just turn off the fans around the course, that'd be pretty nice as well. So but it's always a good day of racing here at Griffith. Whether you just remember, a bad day on the water is better than a good day at work, as we see Rob Johnson in almost there, coming out. Whoa, too aggressive off the start line. Just on and off this throttle. The Q3 run was very good indeed from the Almost There team. Q4, probably not as smooth as he would have liked, but he's still got plenty of the lap to go to tidy things up. Very nice through that left-right handle leading into that chicane. Difficult part of the course. You got crosswash, you got the washing machine in there. Now we're back in a washing machine up the top part too. So run it wide down here, mate. Very well done. He's been watching some of the more experienced competitors, and he's learning each and every time. Up into the final hairpin, bogged it down a little bit. 600 horsepower to get you out of trouble, and almost there across the line with a 47.852. And I'm just reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not reading the time directly as it comes up on the computer because I'm too busy watching what's happening after the line, a la Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart a little bit earlier, Lance Edmonds earlier, Jim Beeman earlier. So just always keeping an eye on, because sometimes, not that it's been the case today, sometimes when the drivers go through the line, they go, oh yeah, finished, and then they switch their brain off. And that has been known to happen in motorsport across all categories, as Lance Edmonds very aggressive on that start line. This boat sits very squat, the Atchison. Lance from Hay, just up the road here. Oh, really opens up the apex, but rode the tyre wall. Got himself in all sorts of trouble. Got himself out of trouble. How? We don't know. Maybe he's bribed one of the ones up above us. But that is just an amazing set of luck, circumstances, and I don't know that there was that much skill involved, to be very honest with you. But Lance Edmonds carrying on this lap now. Oh, the big ease off into the final right-hander. Bounces the boat out of the corner and eases it through the line. So Lance Edmonds rode the tyres to a time of 47.098. Trying to ride the apex, open up the apex to the left-hander. Drifted it too wide, got up on the tyres. And they're almost like a magnet once you get up there. They start pulling you further up onto the tyres. So he managed to get away with it by more sheer luck than good management, I would suggest, but it doesn't matter. Luck plays a very, very important part of racing. So I dare say this is going, just trying to look down, see who's out next. Yes, Kyle Elphingston, Macy Roylance, Blackout Racing for Spitwater. This bloke has been on flyers every lap right from the start of the day, and he's producing another one. Have a look at the speed that this boat and this man is developing. This comes from confidence. Confidence in yourself, confidence in the caper, confidence in the boat, in the handling, in the setup. Oh, he's nailed that chicane. That is a very tricky part of the course, but he's nailed it beautifully. Kyle Elphingston under the wire to grab a split. We'll get to the split a little bit later. I don't want to take my own guys off the track for a second. It's too risky. There's too much could happen. Kyle Elphingston through the line. So Kyle Elphingston, he's broken in to the sub-40s with a 39.550, quicker by 0.12 than Bastian Mullins. So Kyle Elphingston has come to play. Quiet time next up with Noel Verning. Nathan Garrett doing the navigational duties. Having a look over there at the Spart, a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that brook.
Yeah, that was Spartan. That was the one that was upside down before on the edge of the track, so you got to expect there'll be a bit of oil burning out the exhaust pipes on it for a bit. So that'll be interesting when they take off up the start.
Well, we'll see how that goes, but it's all eyes to Noel Verning. Nathan Garrett. The quiet time machine is anything but quiet. Noel Verning certainly driving very confidently, very hard, showing a lot of aggression. Into the Kennards Hire roundabout, get the pace down, slingshot out of there, down the back chute, straightened it up. Oh, you can see the driver's head's just bobbling like a wobble doll. Oh, Noel Verning. Oh, the boat bounces, another one gone. Oh, that's big, ladies and gentlemen. Noel Verning, and that boat is going down. Well, the rescue crew straight into the action. This is not what we want to see. Another one at the end of the run has thrown themselves out. So, just try to get a quick look around the camera angle. Have we got thumbs up down there? Just can't quite see from where I'm standing. Looks like the guys are out. The boat's gone to the bottom. Bubble, toil and trouble. Nathan Garrett out, frustrated, wet, disappointed, and that will be expensive. The question is, was that engine running when it went down, or was Noel quick enough to flick the switch off? I suggest that he was, but that is a very sad end of the day, and I'll be very, very surprised if we see that boat back on track anytime soon, well, especially coming into this evening section. This will take some time to clear, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to grab yourself a bit of tucker, grab yourself a drink, I'd suggest that now would be a very opportune time to do that. Very lucky well, you're not lucky when you crash anything really, but fortuitous that as the boat was rolling, it landed right side up, and well, it went to the bottom. We all live in a yellow submarine. Well, it's actually orange, isn't it? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Noel Verning and Nathan Garrett, please. We're just going to take a break because this will take a little while to sort this one out, as you can probably see. So, as I said, make sure that you get that opportunity to go and grab yourself some food, some drinks, whatever you certainly choose to do. We'll have a chat to the race director, see what we are going to do, how long it takes to sort this one out. We'll be back fairly soon. But if you got friends and family who can't come down here, get them onto the V8 Superboats Facebook page, get them onto the live stream, and remind them that it is a free service. There's plenty of bots, plenty of scammers out there trying to suck us in to spending money that we don't need to spend. It is a free service, the live stream. But anyway, in the meantime, grab yourself some tucker, bit of liquid. We'll see you soon.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just with Nathan, the navigator, mate. No traction racing written on the race suit there. That was pretty much what happened, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. You got to have water to have traction, don't you? It was pretty fucking out there. Yeah, it was good.
Well, watch on the F-bombs there, buddy. That's all right, mate. You're sort of got the adrenaline running through. As the boat was going down, were you out of the harnesses quick enough? I couldn't see.
Yeah, no, I got out fairly quick. It was good. Yeah, no, it was real good. Got out fairly quick. And yeah, I thought it was a bit deeper there than what it was, but yeah, no, all good, eh? It's all racing.
Yeah, that's it, mate. At least you got the smile on the dial. How's the old man there? Is he going all right, you reckon?
Oh, he's got a bit of a lump under his chin there. The jawbone on the trailer, on the helmet snapped. Hit him in the face, yeah. No, but I think he'll be right.
Oh, yeah, he looks like he'll be all right. We've got the Twisted girls coming out. We're going to have a bit of a check out of how they're going to go. We'll drag them forward. But I'll just have a quick chat to Noel if I can. Can I just jump in there very quickly and have a chat to Noel if you don't mind? Mate, how are you feeling?
Yeah, no, we're all good, Covey. We'll get there, mate. I don't know how bad the boat is yet, but we'll go and check it out.
Do you reckon you turned it off before she got swamped?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that could be ugly because water doesn't compress very well.
No, we didn't get over it all that pretty quick. She's a bit of a wash machine, that last end there. If you don't button off and you go to turn, yeah, she's not real good. Something I've experienced anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of driving experience, and that's what this track will get you. But I'm great to see that you blokes are all good and that you've been given a lollipop.
Yeah, I think we're going to need a bit more than a lollipop, mate, but we'll have to wait a bit of time for that, I think.
All right, gentlemen, I'll let you get back. Thank you very much to our event medical people. They've been very, very busy. The lovely ladies down here making sure that our drivers and navigators are okay. As we go, Twisted Racing, Jade Atchison out on track at the moment. And wow, hasn't Griffith just turned it on yet again? Action aplenty. Are we going to get 5 qualifying rounds in? That'll be up to the race directors. There is no doubt about that. And Jade Atchison really starting to push very hard indeed. It's fantastic to see these young ladies just doing so very, very well in this Twisted machine. Love the paintwork, love the colours. Run it wide around the bottom. No, she tightened it right up, covering less real estate. In the final push for home. And the ease off across the line there for Jade, and a 50.10 there for Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney. As Noel Verning and Nathan Garrett said, that it is one of those things that you certainly learn when you make mistakes like that, and let's hope that they managed to shut the power down before the engine was swamped by water, because what happens if water's in the engine, all the engine components still try to move, water doesn't compress and it breaks bits, and usually expensive bits. We are now going Nate Mullen, rip shift. So Nate Mullen, Kane Wallace. Oh, he just opened it up. Oh, just slotted it beautifully through there, did Nate Mullen. These shadows at the top part of the course. They don't worry, the youngsters, don't worry about that. Oh, Nate Mullen very tight into that apex. Squared it off a bit. Nice line through the right, left. Now in the run for home. This is going to be quick. This will be good. Nate Mullen. Oh, Nate Mullen just beyond his brother, 1.1 seconds behind the brother with a 40.718. So Bastian posted a 39.6. Nate with a 40.7. So Bastian was 0.3 up at the split and then ran away with it on that lap. So who do we have up next? It should be Drop a Bear Racing, then the Spartan. So yes, Karen Howlett. Saw her in the pits just briefly, and oh wow, is this lady all smiles, really. This is, to me, so much of what the sport is about. This lady just getting out, having a crack, and just really enjoying it. Last time we saw this boat out on the water with Laurie, the boat was not behaving as well as it could be, certainly misfiring and causing all sorts of issues for Laurie. Hopefully they've been able to sort out that problem. And Karen just out there, just easing her way around as she does. And each and every time, the only thing she ever aims for is to go better than the last time. And last time was 1:08. The time before that was 1:11. The time before that was 1:22. The time before that was 1:30. So she's certainly making marked improvements each and every time she goes out. So Karen Howlett, Laurie Howlett, the husband, doing the navigational duties. At least today, he's sending her in the right direction. Last round at Temora, I think he was sending her on a bit of a bum steer. So Karen Howlett across the line there with a 1:07. So yes, 0.01 quicker than last time out. So she's achieving her goals. So next out should be the Spartan, but it was on the ramp. Note the Spartan, after the rollover earlier, that has gone back to the trailer, so Mike Hessel will miss out on this run. Connor Smith now in the junior boat facing the starter. He's got the cool shades on, don't worry about that. So Connor Smith in the junior boat. Of course, we saw that Kobe Burke last time out, he posted a time of 58.9 and just eased it in at around this roundabout here. Connor Smith is doing exactly that. So he's following the charge, following the lead of the more experienced driver. A little bit porpoisey around that right-hander. That'll wash off a bit of speed. And that is where a lot of speed, a lot of time can be gained or lost. So it's all about trying to finesse it around the course in every single boat you see. It's just a lot more visible with these junior boats. As they're going slow, we can see a lot more of what is actually happening. And Connor really just powering it down through the bottom there. Easing it nicely into that right-hander. Bit of power down there and then a squeeze across the line. So Connor Smith there with a time of 58.090, so quicker than Kobe Burke by roughly 0.9 of a second. So wow, these boys, these juniors, they really work very well together. While they're competitors, they will actually discuss what they're finding will work better each and every run, and that is just a great way and great camaraderie to go about it. Yes, the three of them want to win, but the three of them are really very good friends and very, very supportive of one another, and certainly in the development of it. But we now go qualifying round number 4, Group A category, Rampage, Jody Eli, Super Cheap Auto, GM Motorsport, Sign Perfection, Gill Engineering. So these guys in the last 2 rounds have got the wood on championship leader Brendan Doyle in the Pulse machine. What will Jody be able to produce here? The way he's been driving, actually I'm not going to say that, we're not going to put the moz on anybody. Not here today. Jody Ely, Jessica Webb doing the navigational duties. Jody, nice line through the chicanes, up into the roundabout, really squeezes that accelerator out there to line up the Spitwater split. Straight down the Hey Diddle Diddle, now around and back up the Hey Diddle Diddle, through the left. Oh, nice line through there. Very, very well driven indeed, and this is where the experience of Jody Ely comes to the fore. Been around the sport for about 15 years, maybe a little bit more, yet to win an Australian Championship. Has put himself in a good position to get there this year. The outcome of that lap is very good. Keeps the pedal down. gets through the tricky part and posts a 40.462. 40.462 there for Jodie Ellie. And as I said, I'm not concentrating on the splits here because there is that much action happening out on the track. If I take my eyes for a split second off there, like all of you out there on the hill, I might miss something that is going to be spectacular. And so far, we've had a lot of spectacular offs, a little bit of boat damage, but thankfully no injuries. And that is exactly what we want to see. We don't like to see people getting injured, and well, this sport certainly can throw up plenty of excitement, no doubt about that. We've been witness to that early on today and right through until only a few minutes ago, and well, we're about to see Brendan Doyle Truck Hire Solutions, the Pulse machine built out of the James's garage, and we've got the JRE engine in it as well, and these newly designed Pulse hulls built right here in Australia. Certainly very, very competitive, no doubt about that. Taking it up to the likes of the Stinger, the Sprint Tech, the Jet Speed, all developed out of New Zealand. So Pulse race boats certainly acquitting themselves very well here, and will continue to do so into the future. But it is Brendan Doyle, the man leading the championship in the Group A category. At the moment, Jodie Ellie's got the wood on him in the last two runs. So Q4, Group A, Brendan and Rory Doyle, husband and wife team. They run the Balrenald IGA. So it wasn't a big journey for him to here in Griffith. And I think that is very positive. He had a bit of an off during qualifying around the number 2. Qualifying around number 3 was just redeveloping the confidence. Now qualifying 4. In and out of the shadows goes the Pulse race boat, brought to you by Truck Hire Solutions. Down the bottom of the track, boat just a little bit porpoisey, but gripping very well indeed in these tough conditions here at Griffith. Down the back chute for the final time, Brendan and Rory Doyle. Where will they find themselves? They'll find themselves behind Jodie Ely with 0.7 slower than Jodie Ely with a 41.963. It's tight at the top. Darren Casper, Matt Foote, Let's Boogie for Ozpebble. Three, 2, 1 ignition, 7 mate. Oh, this boat just porpoising around the joint. Don't worry about that. Darren Casper loves it. So Darren Casper and Matt Foote are now up to the top part of the course. Get around this roundabout safely. Get to the far side of the track, down the back chute. Don't get too carried away around the bottom there. So Darren Casper now just round the final hairpin in the run for home. Bit of a bang as the hull hit a bit of water. So Darren Casper there with a 52.5, so they've got quicker than their last round. 52.5 there for Darren Casper and Matt Foote. Danny Napick and Darren Tickell in Toughen Up. Danny been driving very intelligently, easing off into the difficult sections. What will he achieve here? Will that ease off be a little bit less? Will he push it a little bit harder? The last chance to get a very good time during natural light before the artificial lights come on. So the Toughen Up race machine, nice through the chicanes, eased it off, put the power around the roundabout, go straight down the middle, ease it off again. This has become intrinsic of the way that Danny Napick drives. So he and Darren Tickell are really doing such a good job here together. Ease it through that tight section of the track, and that isn't washing off a lot of time. Certainly they are losing time, there is no doubt about it, but what they're doing is maintaining momentum and maintaining the boat on the course. Oh no, we just talked him up and he thrown it out. Danny Napick went around the right-hander. I'm not sure if the boat's flamed out or he just decelerated so much that he's just lost all steerage. But toughen up on the bank, ladies and gentlemen. On beach, Daz, bro. So that's a bit of a soft landing there for Danny Napick and Darren to go. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. But more importantly, give our safety crew a massive round of applause. I tell you what, the safety crew, with the heat that today's produced, have been very, very happy to get in there and effect a few rescues. So just not sure if we're going to get Scruffy the tugboat here to wander out onto the course or not. But we'll leave this up to the safety crew. They can make those decisions. We'll be back in just a minute. So just waiting for our race officials to determine whether we will round out the qualifying 4 with the Group A's or we will be moving to Q4 for the unlimited superboats, given that the sun's going down here. But it is TJ. So they got Danny Napick in the toughen up boat. Weren't too sure whether the boat's flamed out or whether he's decelerated that quick that it's actually cut the engine. Either way, he ended up on the dirt. No harm, no foul. It was a disappointing end to the qualifying 4 run. Love the way these guys are coming on, but it is now TJ in the Apache or the Achi machine. And he will have alongside him Brad James. So that boat now coming off the trailer. Yet to see any superboats coming down to the ramp. Maybe there's more information they have than I do. But yet to see the superboats down on the ramp. But in the meantime, it is TJ. In the Achi. Is it the Ake? This boat bouncing everywhere last time out. They'd made some positive moves into the handling of it earlier. Then they went a little bit backwards during qualifying 3. Looking a lot better early in the lap. The Macraft hull. So TJ, long-time campaigner, into that crosswash there, but the boat, whatever changes they have made, is now working to a much better effect than we saw earlier. The boat's still really hard to handle coming out of the Kennards High roundabout at the top part of the track. Across the bottom there, TJ certainly not pushing it as hard as we know he can drive, just trying to find the understanding of the boat, trying to sweeten it up. TJ into the run for the line, and across the line he goes. Oh, just got hosed with a 47.274. I'm glad this computer up here is not mine, because that just got hosed. Superboats to the ramp, please. Superboats to the ramp. All right, so we have been instructed there will be no Fonzie Mullen, not surprising at all. and no Daryl Hutton this round. But we now have Eliza Roylance coming out in the junior boat. So Superboats have been called to the ramp. Just a little bit of a wind gust there, nearly lost the computer screen over the edge. So yeah, certainly blow dogs off chains and inexperienced people into fences. So Eliza Roylance now in the junior boat. So it's Connor Smith leading the way during Q4 with a 58.090. Kobe Burke, 0.9 behind thereabouts, 58.922. Liza's been running around about the 1 minute 10 second mark. But hopefully we can see her coming into her own a little bit more now. She's getting a little bit more used to this facility here at Keith. And before a very large crowd as well, and we really appreciate you guys coming down and supporting this sport. We have an absolute ball presenting it to you. And Eliza Roylance doing a beautiful job out there at the moment. Right, news, ladies and gentlemen. Fonzie Mullen is coming out in this round of the Unlimited Q4, and he will be going last. So that is interesting news, but it is all about Eliza Roylance out on the track at the moment, the young lady from Forbes. Kids, get right behind Eliza. Give her plenty of cheer. Give her plenty of woohoo, yeah. That's it. That's what we like to hear. A very tidy job indeed there from Eliza Roylance, and across the time there with a 1:25, 1 minute 25. So as we're just waiting for these Superboats to come down, as we heard, Daryl Hutton not running this qualifying 4 round in the hazardous machine. So the A driver is out for this round only for the hazardous machine. Chris Edmonds and Jamie Maroney have that opportunity not to be so rushed. So that's a very positive outcome for Chris Edmonds and Jamie Maroney. I can see now that the Excalibur machine with Sam Everingham, that's on the way down. Can see the girlfriend on the way down. So Chris Edmonds, the man on in the start pool, faces the starter. Chris Edmonds launches off the line in the hazardous machine and absolutely flying as well. Oh, into the roundabout, this hazardous machine just sticking every move beautifully. Chris Edmonds just needs to point it in the right direction, and thus far he's doing it. Jamie Maroney doing the hanging on, doing the navigating. Keep an eye across the bottom. The boat handling beautifully into the right, left, up into this top part of the track now, foot flat towards the run for home. Keep an eye on it at the end of it. Chris Edmonds, a good lap with a 39.2. That's his quickest time of the day. So Chris Edmonds, the man from Goondiwindi, will be happy with that run. Scotty Krause, Rachel Parsons out next. Scotty Krause, Rachel Parsons from tomorrow, as we've said earlier, the 2018 shared unlimited champion in Australia. And last time out, Krause just had an issue with the boat and boarded home. straight around he went, but this time looking like he's got confidence in a 440 cubic inch twin turbo producing 1200 plus horsepower. And Scotty Krause, always a crowd pleaser, this man. He can get up on the tyres, he can get up in the dirt, he can land it back in the water and keep on going. Always a very exciting person to watch when he's behind the wheel of this unlimited jet sprint boat. So Krause in the last part of this lap now, bogged it down, he got 1200 horsepower to get out of trouble. He's Scotty Krause there with a, can't even read the thing now, 39.459, so only 0.14 slower than Chris Edmonds. Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine. Sam set out of the sport for quite a number of meetings and in fact years. Slots into this Excalibur machine beautifully, and have a look at the way he's driving it. This guy looks like he's not left the sport, that he's been driving this machine each and every day for the last 5 years and just doing beautifully. Was very quick last time out. He's emulating that sort of form right at the minute into the chicane, and probably gone in and out of that chicane some of the best that I've seen throughout the course of the day. Now to the far side of the track, line it up. He always eased off a bit. Now back into it. Oh, he messed that one up a little bit. Nearly turned in a bit tight. Nearly took a few witches cones back home to him to Truck Hire Solutions. Eased it off across the end of that run. So 42.007, he eased that right off. The first part of that lap was looking strong, and he just went, you know what, I might just be a little bit sensible here, which is such a weird thing, putting the word sensible with a superboat driver. It sort of feels like, you know, your mum's wearing army boots, or your dad wears ballet shoes, or those sorts of old type of sayings. A sensible superboat driver. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm across that yet.
Sam Everingham in the same sentence.
And Sam Everingham in the same sentence. I agree with you, Brooke. Well said.
Yeah, I don't think Sam's always sensible. Always.
Simon Doyle out on track with Xander Doyle. Right. All right, so Simon Doyle out on track at the moment. Xander Doyle doing the navigational duties, and Simon certainly looking a little bit better out there at the moment, just getting his hand around what a V8 superboat is like to handle a drive. So just you'll ease it down through the bottom of these course. Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything untoward. These boats can be very expensive when you bend them and when you break them. So Simon Doyle across the line now. Simon Doyle there with a 53.224. So this will be the last boat. No, we're going to still have Fonzie. Then we're going to go to our dinner break, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to come back after the dinner break, and we're going to go to qualifying round number 5 and then into our finals. So we have Glenn Roberts, the man known as Spider. He's about 6 foot 22 inches, I think. And the blown budget machine, the 632 cubic inch beast, about 1200 horsepower. And well, Spider. So Glenn Roberts out on track. James Parsons, the son of Rachel Parsons, doing the navigational duties, and there is a hand up there, is there? There was a hand up there. All right, so that may mean that there's Sunstrike, and if that is the case, that will be a boat coming back. So, interesting situation here. Glenn Roberts and the navigator have put their hand up. And when you put your hand up, that is a Sunstrike issue, and they are allowed to bring that back to the trailer. And yet, they've continued on with the lap. So the Brains Trust up here, which has got a total IQ of 4, are a bit confused. So, yeah, not too sure what's going on there. But anyway, Spider's completing a lap. And a slow lap at that. So, Spider's time there was 61 seconds. But just to reiterate what happened there is that as they'll go to the top part of the course from commentary, the driver or the navigator put their hand up to say, right, we've got sunstrike. They obviously slowed down, and because they've got sunstrike in their eyes, they're allowed to bring the boat back to the trailer, go into the dinner break and redo the run after dinner. But surprisingly, they continued on. So we're a little bit bamboozled with that one. So just waiting for Fonzie Mullen to come down, and the boat is actually coming down to the ramp. So from the time that Spider Roberts put the boat up on the trailer, Fonzie Mullen is under the stopwatch to see if he can get out, and this will be something very interesting to watch because that was a very big off earlier. And, Fonzie Mullen off, big off! Earlier, the A and B team have got the boat down on the launch ramp, just trying to work out what's going on with it because when you turn a boat upside down, lots of oil runs in places that don't necessarily, where the oil doesn't necessarily need to be. And so they're just trying to sort out any engine issues there. It's getting a little bit tongue-tied. I'm looking forward to a little bit of dinner. Yeah, my tongue's sticking to my mouth and my teeth and all sorts of behaviour, which is all a little bit weird. But looks like Fonzie Mullen. And so we've got that down there. The cover's coming off the trumpets at the moment. Lee Stewart sitting in the navigator seat. The entire team down there. Got the cameraman down there for not only the live stream, but the coverage that we see on 7 Mate and 7 Catch Up as well. So fantastic to see that the sport making their way on TV. Watching the Spartan team, there's a bit of a high five down there as well. Not sure whether they're celebrating the fact that the engine is likely to work for them again as we move into racing under lights. And of course, racing under lights, nothing more spectacular. And my personal opinion is all jet sprint racing should be under lights. There you go. My opinion really doesn't count, but anyway, so we're just waiting. So just waiting. Daryl Hutton to the ramp, please. Daryl Hutton to the ramp. All right, so just so you know what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, after Fonzie's crash, he's just got to get our chief scrutineer down there to have a quick look at it. So they're just going to go and check out a few safety systems, make sure that there's nothing that can prevent Fonzie and Lee from being super safe at all times where possible. And so that is what is going on at the moment. And then after that, they're just having a check to see that the engine mounts are okay, the roll bars are all right, nothing's ripped out of the floor, all of those types of things. So the scrutiny is down there doing their job. And, well, it is a little bit of a hold-up, but it is a little bit disappointing to have this happen during the course of racing. However, safety is absolutely paramount. And when you've seen some of the accidents we've seen here so far in the proceedings today, we want to make sure that safety is of the utmost importance. So that is what is going on. We'll be back in a minute. While they're checking that out, again, ladies and gentlemen, we do welcome you into the pit and paddock area once we announce the break. So walk to the far side of the track that you are all currently on. That is the way in and out of the pit area. Don't come down the side that the commentary box is on. So these guys on my side of the world will have to walk around. And just as a reminder, and we can't emphasise this enough, please, no smoking in the pit area and certainly no alcohol. And we have been instructed that if you are caught smoking or drinking in the pits during this time, you will be asked to leave the venue, and we certainly don't want to have to do that. So just a reminder, but Fonzie Mullen in the Ramjet machine, they're being given the AOK, the U-Butte, let's get it on the course. So Fonzie Mullen, the man who had a big off. I can't remember the last time I saw Fonzie, if ever I've seen Fonzie have a big off like that. So certainly trying conditions here at Griffith as always, and one of those rounds that always throws up plenty of thrills, plenty of spills, plenty of excitement. And we hope that so far today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that you've enjoyed what we've been able to produce for you. And after we have the dinner break, when the lights come on and the sun goes down, it's gonna get even better. All right, the fire is in the belly of the Ramjet machine. Now, for those of you that are close enough, you may be able to see that the one of the crew members, what they do is they've got an external battery. They only carry a tiny little battery on these boats just to keep the electrical systems running while it's out on the track. So they've got an external battery they plug in to start it. So Fonzie will do what is quite normal, get the engine oil, get the temperature up, get it all sorted out. And look, it's been a big crash, but one of the things is with these guys and girls right around the world in jet sprinting, they never let a crash get in the way of good racing where possible. So I think that we're going to, it'll be interesting to see how this run goes, because they would have had to do a lot of work on that jet unit that slammed backwards into that wall down there. So Fonzie Mullen now off the trailer. Ramjet, cold air induction, rip shift, Australia's fastest manual shifter, Sign Perfection, Gill Engineering, GM Motorsport. So keep an eye on this one, ladies and gentlemen. Will Fonzie go out in his normal fashion? We're about to find out. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, rub the tyres a little bit. Then around the roundabout. Have a look at that. This is a bloke who's just spat the boat out, and now he's just trying to find his way around the course. Certainly not on the pace that we've seen him throughout the course of the day, but he's just still out there giving it a crack, just trying to see how the boat's handling, how the jet unit is looking. Is it off kilter? Does he need to adjust the steering? So Fonzie Mullen down the back chute. He'll be a bit more cautious down here, I would think. Into this final right-hander. Ladies and gentlemen, Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart certainly eases it off across the line that time. And Fonzie Mullen with a 42.759. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a break. We'll let you know when we're coming back. Get down to the pits paddock, enjoy yourselves. Opportunity to get a drink, something to eat. I'll be doing the same. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, rub the tyres.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Bouncy at all, and that's
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of spit water pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
Penrite, Australian made, family owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
Penrite, Australian made, family owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still in the pit and paddock area, if you wouldn't mind making your way out of that area, we will be getting racing underway just once the sun just dips behind the trees. So if you are still in the pit and paddock area, we thank you. Hope you enjoyed your time down there, had a chat to the drivers and navigators, all that type of thing, had a good close-up look at the boats. But we will get racing underway pretty soon. Just had a steak sandwich from up there. I've got to say, they are an absolute cracker. So if you haven't had one yet, get up there and get into it, I'd suggest. We'll be back racing very soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting for our safety crew to get it back into position. Looks like they're just about ready to go. Looks as though we are waiting for our timing people to get back into position. They're just about ready to go. Our race officials, they're nearly in position. I think everybody's just enjoying the cool breeze and the sun going down at the moment. But we will be underway and racing very, very soon. So we've got the 5th qualifying round yet to come, from my understanding, and then we'll be getting into the finals. So it's going to be a very exciting evening of jet sprint racing, and we thank you for your patience. And those of you who've been here right from the start of the day, you've seen some big offs. We've got some big news. Once we get back into racing, we'll give you some news of how some of these boats have fared. Some of them won't be coming back out on the track again. Others will be. And so kick back. We'll be back soon. Could we please have our first junior competitor, Kobe, to the ramp, and all LS boats? It's time to go racing. All right, we are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to go up there on the hill? All right, fantastic. So we now are running into qualifying round number 5. We are going to be in for a massive night. We're just getting our rescue crew to go beauty through to our race director. And we are away. So Pete, the ramp controller, he's going to say, Kobe, fire her in the guts. Give her a boot, give her a kick. Let's get it away. So what we find generally after our dinner break, and this is something that we see right around the world of jet spreading, after this break, we do see time start to slow down a bit, not just because of the light, but also because people have got into that relaxation mode. They've got into a few carbohydrates during dinner, and it changes the blood sugar level. And so quite often, the first round after the dinner break, things happen. So keep an eye on it. And as I always say, don't take your eyes off the track for a second, because you just never know what's going to happen. So some of the information, quiet time with Noel Verning. He sunk the boat just over here near the entrance to the pit lane there, if you like, the launch boat area. That boat will not be taking any further part in the action tonight. It was running when it went underwater. It's thrown a couple of rods out of bed and bent a few things over there, so they can't even turn it over at the moment. So not unless anybody's got a Group A engine, an LS engine ready to roll straight in. Noel Verning in the quiet time. And so that's a reminder of what happened there. Fonzie Mullen, he'll be back out, as we saw just before the dinner break. They've got a few changes they need to make to that boat after that big off. And the Matrix with Hugh Gilchrist, that won't be out. Blew a MSD box, which they don't have a spare one of that, so that'll be the end of that. But it is Kobe Burke out on track at the moment in the junior development class. So Kobe, Connor Smith, one of the other drivers here in this class, leading it at the moment. The water beautiful and flat. Kobe will be loving it. Porpoising a little bit out of there. Nails it in. Oh yeah, you can see how hard that boat. And now that we've got this change of light, you can really see, particularly in front of the commentary tower, how big these waves are, and all the way up and down the track. So as we move into finals, these drivers will start slowing down the getting off the boat in general. We don't like to see that, but they'll be waiting for the smoothest water conditions that they can possibly find. And Kobe Burke looking really good here at the moment, and hoping that we can post a pretty good time here for Kobe. And that's a good start to the run. So, Kobe, what a cracking time that is. That's a 54.529. So 54.529, ripping time there for Kobe. That's going to lay the wood onto Connor and indeed Eliza. We are now going LS Racing, and the rip shift machine of Bastian Mullen is not on the launch ramp at the moment, but it is Laurie Howlett and his wife Karen in Drop Bear Racing. The green flag drops and away they go. So this boat been misbehaving throughout the latter part of the afternoon, and it's sounding a lot better already, and this is a very positive start to the evening for Laurie and Karen Howlett into the Penrite roundabout. Slingshot yourself up straight through the Spitwater split. So Laurie Howlett, nice line down through the bottom. Is that right, left there? That always has worried me. We've had very few incidents in there in all things considered. So Laurie Howlett, you'll be happy with that. 46.711, 46.711. Ladies and gentlemen, Laurie and Karen Howlett, husband and wife in the boat that's on the track now. Today is their 17th anniversary. been married for 17 years. Wow, I said to Karen earlier, geez, you made a bad decision 17 years ago. She smiled, Laurie looked at me, I walked away. But congratulations to them. Fantastic, and a great couple as well, and you can certainly understand why 17 years, I would say it's been absolute bliss. Karen might not agree, but anyway, that's up to them. That's nothing for me to divulge, but it is great to see the Spartan back on track after it was upside down earlier in the day. Luke Walters and Juzzy Calvert, so they were upside down for quite some time. Well, the start is certainly an indication that they weren't worried about being upside down. They are absolutely into it. They got it right up it. Wow, that was where they got unstuck earlier. So Luke Walters, the man behind the wheel, must have been thinking about that while they were attempting to get this engine sorted out. Oh, the G-forces through here are massive. Whoa, he's had a misstep, grabbed the inside of the left-hander, but he's still got his foot right into it. Oh, oh 44.358 for Luke Walters and Juzzy Calvert. These guys have no sense of self-preservation. That is very obvious. And these boats will pull up to 6 Gs. As they're porpoising around, there's an 8G deal. That is a chiropractor's dream. Chiropractors, if they're down here this evening, they are just going to retire on the work that can be done. Although they have pretty significant neck protection, harness devices, that the seatbelts go over a device that sits on the shoulders and is connected to the helmet to stop the bobble sideways and snapping necks. But it is Tyler O'Day coming out onto the water now. Xavier Jackson in the aggravation. Oh, this young bloke. Well, doesn't he have, well, he's got the confidence. He's lining it up. Up through the hay diddle diddle he goes. The ease off into the left right. Smart move. Round the roundabout. Squeeze it on now. Out of that exit. Down the back chute. It's a pretty hard one to get down there and get it lined up, but he's done it. Young Tyler. Oh, a little bit of a double bite into that right-hander. Oh, he's starting to get this throttle application. Very nice indeed. Whoa. 43.784, and instead of coming to the far side of the track that everybody's been doing, he thought he put a bit of extra pressure on Xavier's neck and just do a sharp right-hander, and it's worked to good effect. So young Tyler O'Day looking pretty good out there at the moment, I'd have to say. So just casting our eyes down onto the launch ramp, Jim Beeman. Now, Jim spat it out during practice. I said to him during the lunch break, I said, mate, that was pretty exciting. He said he wasn't happy with it. It wasn't a fan. But we aren't overly worried about what Jim thinks. It's what we think. So Jim Beeman, sort of around his early 50s there, I think, Jim. And, well, some of these older guys and girls have a little bit of trouble seeing in this transitioning light. Oh, didn't quite make that into a big, smooth roundabout like he was sort of hoping. The big arcing circle tightened it up a bit. So Jim Beeman across the line in a 46.912. So Luke Waters at the moment, the quickest out there with a it's Tyler O'Day with a 43.784. And this is qualifying round number 5 in our LS category. Rob Johnson, almost there. Steve Mervick doing the navigational duties. This boat looks unreal at night. Let's hope that Rob Johnson can really start laying down the times that he needs to be able to eventually end up in that top 6. Rob Johnson really just coming along so much better and better. Really having a think about how he's attacking this course, the way he's looking at approaching it. During that dinner break, I had a bit of a chat to him. He said he's going to be looking to run some smoother lines, some wider lines in certain aspects of the track so as not to get caught up on the inside of the apexes where the crosswash is hitting. Oh, ran wide, opening up the apex to the right-hander. Rob Johnson, 48.330, 48.330. Hey, Kane Henman. Kane. No, he's ignoring me, young Kane Henman. A bit disappointing. I was going to wish him happy birthday, but I'm not going to bother now. So we'll get his attention pretty soon. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Valentine's Day's coming up soon, so make sure you get your loved ones something that they'll forget what it is next year, because again, it's a very special day in the diary if you're a card manufacturer. So away we go with the Lance Edmonds. Really lays the foot into it now, going around Kennards. And as we keep saying, this boat sits very, very low in the water. Round pen right now for Lance Edmonds. So Lance Edmonds coming down that back chute there. Oh, a bit untidy. And across the line there. So Lance Edmonds ends up with a time of 46.661. 46.661. All right, so just waiting now. This looks like Kyle Elphingston. It is Blackout Racing. Macy Royland's doing the navigational duties, and this man has been on fire, setting, really pushing it to Bastion Mullen, leading charge in this LS category. And have a look at that, off incredibly quickly like a dog shot in the bum. So Kyle Elphingston really pushing very hard indeed. Currently running second in the championship, and he wants to take that championship lead away from Bastion Mullen. Kyle Elphingston. Oh, really late. Really late. I was watching all the people in the commentary tower here. They put their hands to their heads. They thought it was all over. So Kyle Elphingston on a flyer, 40.085. I love the round of applause up there, ladies and gentlemen. But as Kyle went deep into this bottom end of the track where he currently is now, nearly landed on that island, to the right of me, we have our timing people and our rotation experts. Their hands went to their heads. And that was a very, very fortuitous moment there for Kyle Elphingston. Now it is the girls in the Twisted Machine. Jade Atchison, Erin Kearney, These girls have been doing a wonderful job all day, and we expect to see that. Well, a little bit late into that right-hander, Leader Woodworking Machinery and the Camera Warehouse, the sponsors on board the Twisted Machine. And these ladies looking good. Geez, when the light catches this, well, ran it a little bit wide, clipped the inside of the left-hander, ran it wide, rubbed up the tyres, not to worry about it. And Jade Atchison just lays one down with a 48.552. All right, so next up will be Karen Hallett, Drop Bear Racing. So Kane Henman, one of our safety crew down here. Just tap Kane. Yeah, give him a tap. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kane. Happy birthday to you. Hey! Love a good birthday song. That wasn't one of them. So Karen Howlett, as we've said, she's gone from 1 minute 30 down to 1 minute 20, 1 minute 10 to 1 minute 08. Last time out was 1 minute 07. Will she be able to break the sub 60 seconds? She'll be certainly hoping so, providing her husband of 17 years keeps pointing her in the right direction. And great work by this pairing from the Hervey Bay region in there in Queensland. So go on, Karen. Nicely done. Putting every move looking really good at the moment. Is she going to beat her best time? Yes, she's got quicker again. So 1 minute 5 seconds, that is fantastic. And I do have another birthday shout out to my lovely Anne, my bunches I call her, because it's bunches of love. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday my dear bunches, happy birthday to you. Bunchy, the present that I'm going to get you is me with a ribbon wrapped around my head and dressed in baby oil. How's that sound? No, fantastic. That's good. No worries. I'm pretty romantic, ladies and gentlemen. I bought her to the Jet Sprints for her birthday. So the Spartan, Mike Hessel, the B driver, Laura Stevens doing the navigational duties. So Mike Hessel is borrowing this boat, been offered the opportunity to B drive it. But if you bend it and you break it, you own it. So I said to Mike, well, mate, come on. You've just bought a new one after you bend your old one, so you might as well have 3 of them. So go hard. His decision has been, it's been cautious, let's say that, which is very surprising for this man. Caution's not. Oh, he's grabbed the inside. Turned the boat in just that little bit tight. Lucky not to have skipped it sideways. So Mike Hessel. I do have to say that Mike can certainly drive a bit better than that. It is a borrowed boat, but I will say, Mike and your mates watching at home, you can do better. You can do much better. Really, you can. Don't be scared of it. Don't be scared of you spending the money on it if you've been it. Just go harder. Maybe he's playing the long game, and that would be a bit interesting because nobody thought they had the capability of working that one out. But we go back now to the juniors, Connor Smith. Kobe Burke last time out posted a 54.5. So what will Connor be able to produce here? He has gone sub 60, but will he be able to get down into this 54 bracket that Kobe Burke has been producing? Lot of speed down that back chute. Smart drive, ease it off around the Penrite Oils roundabout. Lean on it now. So this young man races go-karts and all sorts of speedway cars as well. I think it's a Daihatsu Charade. He races up there in Queensland. So absolutely loves his motorsport. So now across the bottom of the track, plenty of pace on. He's taken the sunnies off. So Connor Smith across the line now with a 56.343. So Kobe Burke is quickest by 0.12 at this point. Hey, here's just a hand. It is actually Jacob Bellamy is doing the navigational duties with Kyle Elphiston. Macy Roylance, unfortunately, couldn't get her seat back in the boat, so Macy's upset. Kyle's got his mate in there. But anyway, we are qualifying round number 5. We are going Group A style, 412 cubic inch. These engines produce generally around 650 to 700 horsepower for the top end. And they've got a carby in them. So this is Jody Ellie, E-L-Y, because I've been calling him Ely for years. Apparently it's Ellie, so I can't believe I can mispronounce a 3-letter name. I got it wrong for years. The funny thing is, Jody goes, it doesn't matter. Oh, good work around Penrite, no doubt about that. He's lighting this up really well. And I said to Jody, what's this deal with Brendan? How are you going to get the wood on him? And he said, you know, mate, after all of these years, I've made a conscious decision that I'm going to do what I'm doing tonight. I'm not going to worry about what anybody else is doing, because otherwise I'll put too much pressure on myself. And when I put too much pressure on myself, I come unstuck. And so now that is a good lap there for Jody, E-L-Y, with a 41.026. So in our LS category, it was Kyle Elphingston quickest, Tyler O'Day, then Luke Walters, then we went to Laurie Howlett and Jim, but the Rip Shift, the Mullen boys, did not appear during qualifying round number 5. So very interesting situation at the moment we have there. They may just have decided to sit that one out, but we are now going Group A, qualifying 5, Brendan and Rory Doyle. Remembering that this is the man that's leading the Group A class at the moment. The bloke chasing him, as we've said, Jody in the Silver Rampage machine. At the moment, Jody's got the wood on Brendan. Can Brendan start clawing a little bit of that time back? Can he maintain the lead in this Group A championship? Well, you would suggest that out of the blocks, They are looking good. They had a little bit of trouble with this engine. It was stuttering and stumbling off the start line, but not so now. This colour is just a phenomenal colour. And have a look at the way that Brendan is going about it. Looking the goods for Pulse. Nice driving at the moment for Brendan and Rory Doyle, the husband and wife team from Balrenald across the line. Brendan and Rory Doyle with a 42.738. Jody Ely has the wood on them still at the moment by close enough to a second. Darren Kesper and Matt Foote. Isn't it funny that the wind's gone, the insects are out? I love Australia. It is just so good. So Darren Kesper for Oz Pebble. Matt Foote doing the navigational duties. So Darren's, well, he had to do a fair bit of rebuilding of this boat. And look, he's not overly wrapped with the performance of it at the moment, but he's getting there. He's had a few missteps this season, quite wide around that roundabout. That's not the way to do it. So he's doing pretty well, but he did bing the boat pretty hard. He sunk it up at Cabarita and then had to rebuild the engine. So a few issues this year, and sometimes that just knocks the confidence. But Darren Kesper still getting around there at the moment, with Matt Foote sitting in the silly seats, just squeezing the throttle in front of commentary there. So still he has that confidence is there, just not quite to the level that it needs to be at. Oh, he got off it there. That just sent the nose down and the back up, and that's an interesting way to go about it. So Darren Kesper there with a 53.16 and sticks it up on the tyres, landed it down. Darren, it's all right, mate. You finished the lap. All right, toughen up. Danny Napick, Darren Tickell. So the new boat for these guys, laid back seats. They're just having a little bit of trouble adjusting to this brand new package. The former package had quite upright seats. These ones are quite laid back, getting used to the handling of this new package as well. But now they are really starting to come to the fore. This opening stanza of this lap is where we can see the difference nice and early. But as we're coming into this part of the lap and from here on in, this is where Danny just still doesn't want to bin the brand new boat. Just wants to take it easy. No point trying to win a race straight out of the blocks. So Danny Napick and Darren Tickell in the last push for qualifying round number 5 of the International Group A category. And Danny Napick across the line there in a 45.721. 45.721. I reckon those conditions out there, Mr. Roylance, are almost oceanic.
Yeah, we're not allowed to do Titanic, but you know, we've been keeping an eye on the water level and everything. It's all good. It's going to be a tough night for the guys, but a lot of them are driving real smart, so hopefully they all stay upright.
Exactly, mate. And this is one of the things that everybody's got the same conditions.
100%, mate. So they just got to get out there and hope for the best.
Yeah, look, that's one of the other things. While we do have different and difficult track conditions here tonight, that is the thing. If you dwell on it, you're shot. Agreed. Yeah, no worries, mate. We'll get back to you. TJ out on track at the moment. Navigator Brad James. And TJ was saying that they've been just trying a few little things on this boat. They're just not trying to change it wholeheartedly. And it just doesn't handle the chop that this track provides. I love the bling on the back. Last time I saw flashing lights looked like that was in my rear vision mirror and it made me throw... Oh, I can't say that. So TJ in the Apache, Group A. Oh, run it up wide. Oh, that was a bit hairy. How you going? Gee, thanks for your mother for the rabbits. 47.621, 47.621. All right, how good's this? We're going from being lathered in sunscreen to now lathered in Airguard. So just waiting for our unlimited boats to come down onto the ramp to roll out qualifying round number 5. This is the last chance to be able to qualify your fastest time to go into the top 12 for the LS. It'll be the top 6 for the Group A and the top 7 for the Unlimited, just to let you know how that's going to go. So progressing forward, we'll see the final of the qualifying number 5 for the last of our junior drivers, then our Unlimited, then we're going to go into top 12 for our LS category, and then we'll have the top 3 of the juniors, then we'll go top 6 of the Group A, top 7 of the Unlimited, then we go down to 6 and 3. So if that makes sense, I hope it makes sense. It made sense in my head. I'm just not sure that I verbalised it well enough for anybody else to make sense. So Eliza Roylands, full of concentration off the start line. And Bob, our starter, is back. So Eliza right up the top part of the track now. Doesn't quite carry the speed that the boys have, but this is their first time driving on this track. And just lines up this roundabout quite nicely. So 215 horsepower for these juniors, and it's great to see that we've got a category for the youngsters in this wonderful sport of ours, because it is very much a family entity, mates, families. Quite often you'll see entire families, as indeed with the Roylands, as father's the president, the mother was a former treasurer. We've got a daughter in the junior boat, a daughter that's also a navigator. Got an uncle that's a driver, another uncle that comes down, and so we do see that this is a great family aspect of all of these types of sports. So Eliza Roylands now just across to the far side and coming through with a 1 minute 20.74. So you heard plenty of noise there, so that was hazardous with Darryl Hutton and Mick Parry. Nutsy set out qualifying round at number 4, and now in qualifying round number 5, just to get used to these lights heading into the final. Been posting some tremendous times, no doubt about that. Down to the 38s. And these guys, Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry, they push very hard indeed. And at the moment, they've got the wood on the B driver, the owner, Chris Edmonds. Not as fast as Fonzie Mullen yet, but that is what they're aiming for. So, Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry, the big pop out the back there. Not sure what that was, but don't worry about it. They're certainly not worried about it. Oh, Daryl really wide around the bottom, but that's a great line that he's taken. This is hard work behind the wheel. Don't worry about that. Daryl Hutton across the line and a 39. So that was a 39.384 there to open up the account for qualifying round number 5 for Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry. For Phoenix Lubricants, ANC Forestry, Mallee Waste, Fonzie Mullen now got the fire into the Ramjet machine. The boat that we saw spit itself out quite dramatically during qualifying 4, qualifying 3. Surprisingly, we saw it come back in qualifying 4. They've had a chat to them during that dinner break. They've got to make a few changes to it. Obviously, a few things damaged, so they've got to sort that out. And don't worry, they have a pretty professional crew down there in the GM Motorsport tent. Don't worry about that. It's like a travelling circus when these guys come into town. They've got 3 boats, 4 teams. They've got the motorhomes. They've got the all of the utes loaded, and just a massive crew that comes with them as well. So it's like just operating a small army when it comes down to it. But Fonzie Mullen will keep a close eye on this one. Will he go out the way that Fonzie traditionally does, and that is flat out? Or is he going to just be a little bit cautious about this? The championship on the line, and that championship could be won or lost here tonight at Griffith. Yet we still have one more round to go. That is on the 25th of March in Keith in South Australia for the Diesel and Dirt Derby. If you're keen to get down there, go to Facebook and check out Keith Diesel and Dirt Derby to buy your tickets. There's also camping available there. It'll be a big weekend down there, so if you want to get there, I suggest you book now. So Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart in the Ramjet machine. Coming off the trailer, got the warmth in the engine. Just rotating in the launch pool. Bob, our starter, with the green flag up. He's lined it up now, has Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart sitting in alongside him. And away they go. And Fonzie Mullen gone out, all guns are blazing. Lines it up. Certainly not pushing it as hard as Fonzie traditionally can. There is no doubt about that. He realises that there is a championship on the line. So he gives it a little bit of a squeeze down the back chute. Oh, run it up a little bit wide there, so maybe not handling as well as Fonzie would like. Easing it off across the line. Fonzie Mullen with a 39.525, so Daryl Hutton quicker by 0.092 of a second. Fonzie Mullen not happy with the handling of that boat. That is very obvious. But now it is Krause, Scott Krause, Rachel Parsons. Been circulating in this pool for about a minute now, ready to go. They got the bling. They want you to see them for Burson's Auto Parts. Krause Marine up there in Camorra. Twin turbo, 440 cubes, 1200 plus horsepower. Lights it up, does Krause. Oh, Krause loves these conditions. He loves it under lights. He loves putting on a show. And that is exactly what he's doing at the moment. Scotty Krause, have a look at this. Across the bottom now. Lost him in a wall of water. He's out the other side. Hammer down, Krause. And Scotty Krause across the line there with a 39.632. So he is in P3 for qualifying round number 5 at the minute. Just being attacked by a flying wombat here, ladies and gentlemen. You should see the size of this insect here. That is absolutely massive. It's just flown away. I think it's going to fly all the way to Japan. I don't even know what that was. So Excalibur, Sam Everingham, he's been driving his boat beautifully all day. How's this one going to look? Sam Everingham reckons that he can't see very well under lights at all. But at the moment, this opening stanza, this first part of this lap, looking very good indeed. But now he'll get into this crosswash. Out, he eats back. It off. Not seeing signs of that at the moment. So Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine. In the run for home. Where's he going to put himself? Sam Everingham with a 40.911, so well off his fastest time. But he did say, I don't see very well under lights. And have a look at the methanol coming out of the exhaust pipe there. Pretty normal situation for these vessels. Looks spectacular. But I did say to Sam, you wear glasses. If you can't see at night, take your glasses completely off. It might help. I don't think they're actually going to listen to my advice. It was meant in the nicest possible way, of course. But just not too sure that that's how it is going to evolve. He's now the girlfriend, Simon Doyle and Xavier Doyle, in the boat at the moment. So Brendan Doyle, who races the Pulse boat in the Group A, and Simon races the girlfriend in the Unlimited. They are brothers. And great to see the family connection back in here again. Simon Doyle and Xavier just across the bottom of the track at the moment. This guy, even though he's certainly not keeping up with the speeds of the people more experienced, it does take experience. It takes time behind the wheel in any form of this sport to really get on top of it. So Simon doing a fantastic job, all things considered, across the line there in a 53.480. So blown budget, Glenn Spider Roberts, another guy who has a little bit of trouble seeing under lights. Not too sure that having trouble seeing under lights is a positive vibe, but doesn't matter. I'm not in the boat. So James Parsons doing the navigational duties. Spider focus. So Glenn Spider Roberts into the Kennards High roundabout. Up through Splitwater, Spitwater, Split, around Penrite, shoot it straight up the guts again. And this 632 cubic inch big block, phenomenal, looks spectacular under lights here at Griffith in New South Wales. Glenn Roberts, the boat just porpoising down the back there, but he's keeping his foot into it. So Glenn Roberts, oh, good run there. Kept his foot into it, kept feathering at 42.05. 42.05. Next out, we will have Chris Edmonds, the B driver in the hazardous machine. Remembering that the A driver, Daryl Hutton, leading this round at the moment. Nutsy produced a 39.384. Can Chris Edmonds get into that range to start knocking at the door. Fonzie Mullen certainly not at his cracking pace at the moment. Whether that's issues with the boat, we are yet to find out, or is he playing the safe game to secure the championship? Fonzie will know, but will he tell you? I doubt it. So Chris Edmonds, absolutely flying at the moment. Jamie Moroney in the navigator's seat. Like the way that this bloke goes about it. He doesn't care too much about the outcome. He just races for fun. And quite interestingly, as we've said before, he's got a number of boats and he goes, well, that's all right, I can wreck one and I got another one. I can wreck that and I got another one. But, well, the way he's driving at the moment, don't want to put the curse on him, but would suggest that this is being well driven. So Chris Edmonds across the line there with a 41.115, so not as quick as he'd like to be going at the moment. So it is Darryl Hutton leading the charge in Q5. Just trying to work this out. Then it's Fonzie Mullen. Then it is Scotty Kraus, Sam Everingham, that man Chris Edmonds, Glenn Roberts and Simon Doyle. All right, so we are going to get set to go top 12 LS style. So we're just going to reset our clocks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's finals time. We are going to go top 12 in our LS category. Then we are going to go for the juniors. They're going to run one after the other to determine the winner out of that class. Then we're going to go to the top 6 in the Group A, because that's all we've got there. We've got top 7 in the Unlimited. Then we go back to 6 to get to 3 to work out a winner. Right, so unfortunately Karen Howlett in the LS category didn't qualify to get into the top 12, but knowing that lovely lady, she won't be letting that worry her, because she's sitting in the silly seat next to her husband in the top 12, so it's all the same game. You can see that Bastion Mullen in the rip shift machine, they're down there on the ramp with the crew from the GM Motorsport Garage out of Melton in Victoria. The Spartan is also on its way down. You can see that Tyler O'Day in the blue aggravation machine on the way down, but it is Bastion Mullen, the man leading this championship. I got to tell you, it's interesting up here in the commentary tower. I've got a lot of bugs flying around, and one of our cameramen is flying a drone, and the ladies went, oh my God, that's a big bug. But no, girls, that's a drone. At least these ones here aren't putting bombs on us. So let's get the fire in the belly down there in the rip shift and the Spartan Racing. So Bastion Mullen just big. All LS boats in the top 12 to the ramp, please. I'd say Bastion Mullen, top 12. Talia doing the navigational duty, so he's just been brought to the start and then sent back again. He'll just go back and get that set. Kalina DeVoit, if you're around, would you mind coming to the commentary tower, please? Kalina DeVoit. So, Bastion in the rip shifters, circulating in the start pool. Being given the green flag, asked to come under the starter's orders. That is what he's doing now. The man leading the charge. This rip shift machine, we didn't see it out during qualifying round number 5. Is there a bit of a problem with it? We don't know. They keep their cards close to their chest in the GM Motorsport garage. No doubt about that. The Mullen boys, there's 3 of them. There's the dad, the 2 sons, and this is Bastion, the oldest one. He's had a clean sweep so far this season. Will be able to get through this Griffith ground with a 100% success rate. They will certainly be hoping so. There is no doubt about that. But Bastion Mullen driving beautifully at the moment in the run for the line. Bastion Mullen gets a little bit airborne, 40.913. 40.913 there for Bastion Mullen. So now it will be Laurie Howlett behind the wheel of Drop Bear for Panasonic Climate Control Systems. Karen Howlett, his wife, sitting in alongside him. Karen didn't make the top 12 as a driver, but she certainly did as a navigator, and that's good enough for the Drop Bear racing team. They're just waiting for Bastion Mullen in the rip shift machine to get back into the launch ramp area. Laurie Howlett now coming into the start chute. All right, so Laurie Howlett, Drop Bear, big ease off. He's done that a few times, but that's not a bad way to go about it. So Laurie Howlett, a little bit ragged on that right-hander. A lot of noise coming out of there as the boat just slapped down onto the water. Very aggressive on that right-hander. That will have slowed him down significantly. Not the sort of thing you want to be doing at this time of the night. It is the finals. The 6 fastest will go through to the next round. Laurie will be praying, he'll be hoping, he'll be driving his best to make sure that happens for him. Laurie Howlett now across the line in a, we'll get back to you. It's all right. That'll be in the, somewhere in the background. All right, so it is now the Spartan, the A team, which will be Luke Walters and Juzzy Calvert coming out. So they are circulating. So what will these boys achieve? Last time out, a couple of times ago, they stuck it up, upside down. So Laurie Howlett, by the way, got a 45.1. So Luke Walters, that's the always the time you want to be able to beat, is the bloke before you. So Luke Walters now into the roundabout, slingshot straight up the guts, straight up the hay diddle, into that left right hander, and he's got so much better of that as the day's gone on. The crash where he's ended up on the roll cage earlier in the day certainly has put him in a good position to say, I don't really want to do that again. So Luke Walters all nicely done through that section of the track, the final run for home. This is top 12 LS. All the boat getting really bouncy down the back. So Luke Walters, our timing has just chucked a gremlin in it for the moment. We will get back to you with that time. So Bastion Mullen was a 40.9. 44.10 there for Luke. Laurie was a 45.1, so 44.10 there for Luke, 44.1. So yeah, just we've got a bit of a gremlin in this timing. Don't worry about that, we will sort it out. So it is Tyler O'Day in the aggravation machine, just circulating out there in the launch pool at the moment, being called up. And this young bloke has been very confident all day. Another great line up straight through the middle there. The less movement on the wheel, the faster the boat goes. So big ease off coming into the roundabout, but he's using this to great effect, to be fair, and this is a good drive from a young man just learning his craft under the tutelage of his father, Ron O'Day, who couldn't get out onto the course today due to a busted leg while wake surfing. Oh, he's just hosed down our safety crew. They were finally drying out. Now they're wet. Oh, he's all over the place, is Tyler O'Day. Whoa. Tyler O'Day driving it hard. 42.19 there for Tyler O'Day, 42.19. So very, very aggressive. There is no doubt about that. He's not scared of it. That is obvious. So Jim Beeman will be out next. So Jim Beeman, JB Racing, he's about to make his way to the starter. So Jim Beeman certainly been driving really well all night. That's a beautiful line, straight up. Oh no, he just drove too deep there. Was that just a momentary lapse of concentration? I'd love to know. Sounds like the boat's all right. Sounds like everything's no worries. So Jim Beeman just had a lapse of concentration coming out of this part of the track. Last time he went really deep, couldn't find his way around. This time he's found it. So Jim Beeman, oh, he's got himself out of control. And the boat landed in the right direction and he's kept his foot right into it. So Jim Beeman bogs it down around the hairpin. Cross the line, keep your eye on it and after the line. So, Jim Beeman. $45.03 for Jim Beeman. So just waiting, we've just got these, we do have backup timing up here that is not evident on our scoreboards, but it is all very official, don't worry about that. So that's why there is that slight delay in letting you know what is going on. And of course it has to happen at this point in the night, of course. You know, when else was it likely to happen? So Rob Johnson now in almost there. Steve Mervick doing the navigational duties. Now this bloke's going to be knocking on the door solid to get into this top six. He's got a little bit wide and a little bit lost up there. Is there a dark shadow up at that point of the track? We're unsure, we're unsighted from this position. Two boats in a row in this LS category. Through the chicane. So Rob Johnson needs to bring it wide down the bottom here. He's been talking about it. Will he do it? Yes, he's run it a bit wider there. So that's a nice nice apex through that corner there. Nice line that he's run. Oh, he bogged it down. And now he's going to be in trouble. Would have lost a truckload of time out of that one. So Rob Johnson. So just waiting for our ladies up here to present the time. 48. Stand by. So, his fingers and toes flying everywhere at the moment. But in the meantime, it is Lance Edmonds in the solid gold machine. He's been doing very well for himself as well. This Atchison hull really on the limit of what this boat can produce. There is no doubt about that. And Lance just new to the sport and just driving so well. So we're great to see that the Edmonds family so well represented in this sport of jet sprinting. We've got Chris Edmonds, the uncle, Lance Edmonds, the nephew. We've got another Edmonds over there and another one over there. They're everywhere, I tell you. So, Lance, easy to get into this finish line. So, Lance Edmonds. So we're going to get back to you with these times. Don't worry about that. We've just got a gremlin, as we said. So, Lance Edmonds, the nephew of Chris Edmonds, who races the hazardous machine. We've also got a Steve Edmonds, who races in New Zealand. Dave Edmonds is Port. There's Edmondses everywhere, I can tell you that. They're going to take over this country if we're not too careful of it. Kyle Elphingston in Blackout Racing. Jacob Bellamy is the man doing the navigational duties. This is going to be a cracker. Keep your eye on this one. This is the man that's chasing Bastion Mullen. He's a theoretical chance of a championship. Bastion Mullen's got one hand on it, but Kyle Elphingston, he's going to do his damnedest to take that away from him. And oh, he knifed it. He's running up on the tyres. That's going to be massive timing. Just drag that away from the time, but he's got on with it. He's kept going. That will have put the G Willikers up him. Kyle Elphingston. So, Kyle Elphingston and Jacob Bellamy, a cracker. Like I said, we do have the times, we just don't have them available for me to read out right at this very point in time. We will run through the LS category. We will determine it from there. So it's going to be Jade Atchison now and Erin Kearney in the Twisted Machine. This is top 12 in the LS category. From here, we take the fastest 6 and we move forward. So Leader Woodworking Machinery and the Camera Warehouse on board these girls. Really just easing it down. This transition into the artificial light can be quite difficult. We can get shadows cast on the water. The light quite often hits and just is reflective. And so these girls are really, for the first time in a very long time, racing under lights. And I'd have to say that they are doing a very good job. Oh, too early into that corner was Jade. Had the presence of mind to ease out of it and drift a little bit wider. That could have got a little bit hairy, scary. So Jade Atchison across the line. And again, we will get the time to you. The time will be forthcoming. Just please be patient, ladies and gentlemen. We've got quite a few tech experts up there just trying to feed me the information. They know what's going on in there. We're just not getting the information out to me at the moment. We're not concerned about it, but it is Nate Mullen now, the B driver in the rip shift machine. Kane Wallace doing the navigational duties. So Nate Mullen now, class, just a manual shifter, get it from GM Motorsport down there in Melton. Oh, this young man, he is delivering a beautiful style of driving here before us at Lake Wyangan in Griffith in New South Wales. Round 6 of the Australian V8 Superboat Championships, brought to you by Penrite Oils, Kennards Hire, Spitwater, because that's what it does. But Nate Mullen, Kane Wallace, driving very well indeed. When I spoke to this young man during that dinner break, he said, you know what, it is tough out there, he said, but everyone's racing to the same conditions. So Nate Mullen across the line there, and a very well completed lap. So we will get the times to you just as soon as they are to me. Now it looks as though it is the B driver for the Spartan. So Mike Hessel. Owens Contracting on board. Laura Stevens doing the navigational duties. Okay, so Mike Hessel coming out now. All right, so the Spartan, the B driver, Mike Hessel. Laura Stevens doing the navigational duties here. So Mike, this is a brand new boat to him as well, and this will be certainly different to the borrowed time boat that he binged at the last round in Tamora. Yeah, he certainly caved the side of that one in last time out. So this is a whole brand new package, and it's always hard to get your head around the new seating position, where the steering wheel is, all of these types of things, particularly in these high performance boats. Oh, wow, that's really feathering the accelerator through there. Not sure if that's by design or by nerves. So Mike Hessel, we can give you a time there, was 48.292. Quiet Time will not make it out because they buried that boat in water. So it looks as though, unofficially, Bastian Mullen with a 40.913. Oh, sorry, Kyle Elphingston with a 40.490. Then Bastian Mullen with a 40.913. Nate Mullen with a 42.062. Then we go out to Tyler with a 43.783. Then we go to Lance Edmonds with a 45.6. Then it's to Luke with a 47.7. Rob Johnson with a 48. Laurie Howlett with a 49. And Jim Beeman with a 49. So looks like the top 6. Tyler O'Day, actually we'll get back to that because I don't want to say who we're moving into the top 6 with just at this point. we are now going unlimited. And so this will be Daryl Hutton in the hazardous team. Keep an eye on this one. This is finals time. And Daryl Hutton certainly wants to get it over Fonzie Mullen. That's been a very, very hard foot battle over the seasons gone. There is no doubt about that. So Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry. Nutsy looking the goods at the moment. Drives deep. That's the way to go about it. Was there a puff of smoke out of the breather of that engine? It's been worked super hard. So Daryl Hutton across the line there in a 39.379. 39.373. Sorry, 39.373, just to clarify. And has the fire gone out in the hazardous machine? Looks as though it has. We're going to need Scruffy the tugboat for that one. Nutsy asking for the tow vehicle. Mick Parry just looking in the back of the engine. Was there a puff of smoke? Was that what I detected as it was going through the middle part of the course? The safety crew jumping in and going, oh, here's an opportunity to cool down again. Relishing it. Okay, so these guys just affecting the rescue. We'll take a short break. We'll get back to you with the top 6 of the LS category. This is the top 7 of the unlimited category. So out of this, we're going to lose 1. We're not doing the... yeah, we'll get back to you. One of the problems that the hazardous team have had with the A and B drivers is that after every round they need to get as much oil out of it as they can, put new oil into it, of course refuel it, so a lot of pressure on this engine. Just trying to see if I can catch Daryl Hutton's eye. I doubt that I will. The rest of the hazardous team up there looking a little bit concerned moving into the finals. So Nutsy, can you hear me? No, you won't be able to hear me over the engine noise of the ramjet machine, which has just fired up on the ramp. Daryl. No, certainly they won't be able to hear me, but it's worth the try. So a lot of work is going to have to happen here. Chris Edmonds, boat owner, looking with a furrowed brow at the moment. Okay, so Fonzie Mullen will be out next. So a lot of concern for the hazardous boat across the line. There was a bit of puff of smoke as it went up through the centre. Let's just hope that just a little bit of oil out of the breather and that's nothing to worry about. But those guys certainly will be looking into it. There is no doubt about that. There's plenty of live bugs around here. I hear insects are good for you to eat too, full of vitamin B. So kids, if they're sold out of steak sandwiches, grab a few bugs. If mum and dad will let you, maybe take them home, barbecue them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start a bit of a Mexican wave from the kids on the fence directly opposite the commentary tower, and then we're going to go down to the right side of the course. Are we up for that? Yes, we're up for that, all right. So you guys directly in front of the commentary tower on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3, yo! That's it. Get a little bit of noise going on the way through. We've stopped. We're into it. Is it still going? I've lost it. Come on. Let's start that. Bit of mojo. We lost mojo. All right. So we're doing the Mexican wave. We're starting directly opposite commentary here. 1, 2, 3, go! That's looking a lot better. Show some oomph. Get into it. Get the blood. It seems to have stopped somewhere up the back. Too many people are all eyes on the ramjet machine. Wow, Fonzie Mullen going out. Must be confident in the repairs after the big off in qualifying round number 3. Lee Stewart sitting in alongside him. Into the pen right, roundabout. Slingshot your way out of there. Just a very, very competitive man, no doubt about that. Reigning Aussie champion, reigning. Fonzie, that was a big roll off the accelerator and through the line there. Fonzie Mullen with a so 0.07 of a second quicker than Darryl Hutton. So Fonzie is back to play as we now go Excalibur racing with Sam Everingham. So we'll, I'm just going to release these details for the LS in just a minute after Sam Everingham completes his lap in this unlimited category. Simon Williams doing the navigational duties. And isn't Sam Everingham loving this 510 cubic inch naturally aspirated engine? Today, that will keep progressing forward. His first time back behind the wheel for a long. Bogged it down, caused himself a plethora of problems, but gets it across the line. 1.7 seconds down on the time that Fonzie Mullen posted, and Sam bogged it down. He nearly had time to have lunch out there. It was bogged down for that long. Okay, so the top 6 for the LS category will be slowest to fastest, Rip Shift B, Blackout. Oh, it's actually not slowest to fastest. This who made it. Rip Shift A and B. The Spartan A, Aggravation, JB Racing and Blackout. So that is the end for the Spartan B team. Twisted, Quiet Time, Solid Gold almost there, and Drop a Bear B. But now it is the girlfriend with Simon Doyle. Sandy Doyle doing the navigational duties here. So the girlfriend on the march. Bit of an interesting story behind this boat. So Brendan and Rory Doyle used to own this one before they bought the new Pulse race boat, and they always said we want an extra girlfriend in the marriage. So they bought a boat, they called it the girlfriend, and everybody was happy. So Simon Doyle just finishing out his lap there. And that'll be a 55.349. He'll be lucky to get through on the times that we've seen so far today. But as we know, it is a race of attrition. Still got Glenn Spider Roberts and Chris Edmonds in the hazardous machine. That is providing that machine's still going. And of course, with Scotty Krause in the Burson's machine out of Temora. James Parsons doing the navigational duties here for Glenn Roberts. So Glenn Roberts away. Loves this track here at Griffith, really suits his driving style. So Glenn Roberts really nailing it at the moment. Just feeling his way around as he does, as he needs to, as he has to. You can really hear that feathering in that accelerator. So Glenn Roberts in the final push for the line. That's going to be a good lap for Spider. That'll see him progress into the top 6 with a 42.413 as we look at the people standing below the commentary tower who just got hosed and go, ha 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 ha. So Scotty Krause now, Rachel Parsons. He's Krause, he doesn't like mucking around, does he? He's off the trailer, he's ready to go at any time you say. It's just, hey Krause, we might have a green flag somewhere near where you want to start. He'll go, oh, I don't care, I'm there. So Scotty Krause, this twin turbo. Oh, great start, really. Just winding those turbos up beautifully at the moment. Just hear him spooling up there, it is a sweet, sweet sound. Of course, we are missing Rob Coley, the Kiwi, not coming and competing in this round, concentrating on the New Zealand season. But Scotty Krause, in the meantime, just strutting his stuff here at Keith, New South Wales. Oh, Krause, oh, that was an interesting line. Gets out of it, bang, bang, he says, hits the limiter. And Scotty Krause across the line there with a 39.471. He's only he's about 1.1 slower than Fonzie, 0.1 slower than Daryl Hutton. So Daryl Hutton, Scotty Krause really just elbowing one another in and out of the place. So just waiting to see if this hazardous machine is going to come down to the ramp. And of course, Chris Edmonds, the B driver. All right, so we are now bringing up Kobe Burke. So Kobe Burke, this looks like the top 3 of the juniors. So Kobe Burke, the first out of the blocks, he'll be setting the time for Connor Smith and Eliza Roylance to chase. Apologies, this is Eliza Roylance on the water at the moment. And so it'll be slowest to fastest. So therefore, there's Eliza out on the water at the moment. Oh, the big hop and the skip from the junior boat. And then it would be Connor Smith, I would expect, and then Kobe Burke to finalise. So we'll have all of these juniors all in a row. And what we'll do is as they come in, they'll just get out of the race suit. They've got to take out all sorts of fittings to be able to get... Eliza's like about 4 foot, Kobe's about 6 foot, so there's a bit of changes that need to happen in these vessels. So Eliza Roylance for her first time under lights here at Griffith and racing here at this track has been doing a wonderful job, and she's going to set the time for the boys to chase, and that will be a 109.465. 109.465. Ladies and gentlemen, please a massive round of applause for Eliza Roylance. So very good run from that young lady, and it looks as though she'll just take that back to the trailer, just try to line up who will be next in that boat. Will that be Kobe or will it be Connor? We'll keep an eye on it. Grant Burke down there dragging the Little Patriot Campers vessel up there, the Little Psycho boat, just dragging it up. So they would have filled this boat up. They'll pull it off the ramp, and then there'll be a quick change of driver. Looks like it'll go Connor Smith in there. Yep, it will be Connor jumping in. All right, make mental note, don't stand under the lights while I'm trying to see what's going on and getting attacked by everything that's flying in the night. So what we're doing is the top three in the juniors to work out our round winner for this round. This is round 6 of V8 Superboats, brought to you by Penrite Oils for the 22-23 season, as we wait for Connor Smith to get settled in the boat, to get suited up. And as you can see, well, if you can see down into that launch ramp area, they will make sure that all the seat belts are tight, and as they do with all of the competitors, juniors and seniors indeed. So the 6-point safety harness, they've got the Harnes device that is connected, a shoulder device that the seat belts go over the top of, and then they've got some wires connected to the helmet to stop the bobble of the head, minimise neck injuries. They've got the 3-layer fireproof race suit, fireproof race boots, gloves, balaclavas, helmets, and so we certainly like to keep our competitors nice and strapped in. So while they are doing everything for the juniors, it is exactly the same process for both driver and navigator in the other classes as well. So the crews will get them into the boats, they will get their seat belts on, they'll make sure that all their safety gear is on and compliant, and then finally they will have the launch masters just making sure that everything is tight and okay. So, because as you have seen so far throughout today's proceedings, there can be some fairly decent offs. So Connor Smith just waiting for the AOK. Works quite well because the water has settled quite a lot, and that will be of the benefit to Connor and indeed Kobe while we await this situation. So once the water's settled, obviously a lot easier in the opening part of the lap. So Connor Smith, the time that he needs to beat of Eliza Roylance is 1:09. He's certainly been capable of that throughout the course of the day. Will he be able to continue that sort of form on? So Connor Smith lines it up for Patriot Campers, UWS, Universal Welding Services. Well, certainly a lot of pace off the line there from the youngster from Queensland. Oh, a little bit tight. Got to open up the apex for the Penrite roundabout there, just a little bit much. Oh, gets himself completely sideways. He knows he's in the final and pushing hard indeed. Forgot about just easing it off, coming out of the roundabout, minimise the porpoising, but that's okay. That is what it is all about. It's a live, learn and love it. And this is exactly what he's doing out on the track at the moment. Lining up the back chute, squeezing the pedal, trying to get the most out of it, easing it off, settling it down across the bottom. So Connor Smith looking the goods at the minute. getting himself across the line in a time of... well, we'll get back to you with that. It is quicker than the 109 that Eliza Roylance posted. So we will get back to you with that one, and then it'll be a quick shoot in with Connor, and we'll get Kobe into it. But interestingly, we now have Chris Edmonds, the B driver of Hazardous, on the ramp, so they have made it within the required time frame. Trying to get this engine running and sounding a bit smoother. So what are we going to do here? Are we going to run Chris Edmonds to round out the top 7 for the Unlimited? So Chris Edmonds, a B driver in the Hazardous machine after Daryl Hutton. The engine switched off. So Chris Edmonds now just jumping in the middle of the top 3 for the juniors. That'll give Kobe Burke an opportunity without rushing too much to get into that. But in the meantime, it will be Chris Edmonds and Jamie Moroney in this Hazardous machine. This is the top 7 in the Unlimited category. It's all over the place. So Chris Edmonds, he just needs to beat the time that Simon Doyle posted, which was a 55, to be able to progress into the top 6. So I dare say that Chris Edmonds should be able to do that. Nothing going awry. Keep a close eye on the engine at the back of the boat there. Is there any telltale puffs of smoke? Is there any concerns? I would suggest the way he's driving it, there is not at all. So Chris Edmonds really throwing all he's got at it at the moment here at Griffith. He will progress into the top 6, and the time is a 40.268. So here's how it'll go into the top 6 for the Unlimited. Slowest to fastest, it's Goodnight, Simon Doyle, Glenn Roberts, Sam Everingham, that man Chris Edmonds, Scott Krause, Daryl Hutton and Fonzie Mullen moving into the top 6 of the Unlimited category. Now we're going to jump back to Kobe Burke for the final run for the juniors. The top 6 in the LS are lined up, getting lined up on the ramp. So we have our top 6 for the LS. By way of numbers, we already have the top 6 for the Group A. We've just determined the top 6 for the Unlimited. Still Kobe Burke to do his final run of the night to determine who's going to win round number 6 of the Penrite Oils Australian V8 Superboat Championship in the junior division. And Kobe Burke leading into this final run was certainly the quickest. Connor Smith still waiting for that time. So we will get back to you for 54.80 for Connor Smith. So that is what Kobe needs to beat. Kobe needs to beat the time that Connor Smith posted for 54.80. So he's now coming down, and the old man there, Grant Burke, just launching him off the trailer. G'day to Vanessa, you'll be watching closely at home, I'm absolutely sure of that. And the boys are out and about, and Kobe Burke. So he will be at a slight advantage. There'll be less fuel in the boat, but he's at a slight disadvantage by way of his height, and just shoots it up the front straight here into the chicanes around the top. Now this is where, if he can maintain this momentum all the way down, get out of here and not porpoise it too much. That's good. A lot better than what Connor did at that same stage. But will the time clock tell the story? We are yet to find out. And just remember, this young man is in year 10 of high school. So certainly this is the exciting way to spend a weekend, no doubt about it. The boat just a little bit porpoisey down the back. He's not going to worry about that. He's Kobe. Will he keep the foot into it? Yes, he is. Oh, the boat really just getting nailed down the bottom there, and then just trying to squeeze as much out of it as he can. Will it be Kobe? Yes, no, it won't be. Kobe with a 55.113. It is Connor that is taking the win with a 54.80. So, a big congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Kobe Burke. Connor Smith takes another win, and well deserved. So again, it is just awesome work for these juniors, and great to see them out and about and having a cracking time. We are now going to go into our LS category top 6. Nate Mullen coming out. This is the LS top 6. We got it all in order now, ladies and gentlemen. We are on. And Nate Mullen absolutely on a flyer. Have the shackles come off the team orders? Or has he just said, you know what, I want to take it to the brother? So Kane Wallace doing the navigational duties. So Nate Mullen in the rip ship machine. Now down the back chute. This is top 6 in LS. He will set the time for everybody to chase. It's Bastian Mullen, in fact, and it's a 39.213 for Bastian Mullen, and that will secure a spot in the top 3. There is no doubt about that. So Bastian Mullen on the way to win his 7th straight race in a row. Tonight could well and truly secure the overall championship for that young man we've just seen out on track. Talia doing the navigational duties, and they just team up so perfectly. and it's just great work to see what is going on there in that Rip Shift team. Now, just waiting to see. So, theoretically, slowest to fastest, it would have been Nate in the boat, but because Bastion was quickest, he can actually choose the order of an A and B team. So that is what has happened there. Just trying to work out who will be next. It will be Kyle Elphingston. Jacob Bellamy doing the navigational duties. So this is going to be interesting. Kyle just chasing this very, very hard and has been driving wonderfully all night. A couple of little mistakes last time out. He won't be worried about that. So the time that Bastion Mullen just posted was a 39.2. Can Kyle Elphingston bring it into sub 40? I know he can. He has the ability. He has the equipment. But can he get the job done? Remember, this is top 6 for the LS. We are looking to move the 3 fastest into the top 3 next time out in this category. So, Kyle Elphingston for Spitwater. Blackout Racing. Shoots it straight up to the top part of the course, and this is quick. They've made some changes to this boat. It looks noticeably faster to the naked eye. Keep a close eye on it. He hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Let's not put the curse on him. It's a good-looking run into that tricky part of the course. We know it's caused problems, not though that time for Kyle. Bit of an ease off the accelerator. Kyle Elphingston in the run for the line. And we will get back to you because our timing is being rather annoying. Just in case you weren't aware, we're frustrated up here as well. It was a very good run, there is no doubt about that. I dare say that run will secure Kyle Elphingston a spot in the top 3. But it looks as though it is Jim Beeman, JB Racing, Aaron Collins doing the navigational duties. Just waiting for Bob, the starter, to bring them through. So Jim Beeman lining it up now. We'll get back to you for the time with Kyle. So Jim Beeman, after an early off in practice, has really just come along beautifully. Took him a couple of seasons to really get the handle on getting behind the wheel. Oh, Jim Beeman! Bang! Into the fence, backwards, hardcore. Bounces back out of it again. Centre rubbish bin flying. Looks as though everybody's A-OK up there, but we will definitely need a tow. And ladies and gentlemen, let's hope that that is all okay up that top part of the track. Remember, just stay away from those fences. Give any safety crew plenty of room to work. We'd certainly appreciate that. That was a very big impact for Jim Beeman and Aaron Collins. And just saying that Jim Beeman really was looking the goods, just ran a little bit wide into there, hit the tyres, and that was all the end of it, backwards into the fence. So maybe just as a word of caution, let's all move our chairs back about 6 feet from the fence if we can, please. Because the fence certainly did exactly what it's meant to do, the safety fence. But and all is well. We're just waiting for word. Looks like both driver and navigator are out. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jim Beeman and Aaron Collins. Yeah, that was, I reckon, just as an idea, I suggest that could have provided a headache. That's sort of like when you accidentally nail your tongue to a wall. That's just going to just give you a little bit of brain fade over the next, I don't know, maybe hour. But one good thing is they're out and about, they're moving. The Scruffy, the tugboat, the rescue jet ski, going up there for a little bit more work, a bit of a workout, so that boat will be towed back to the pits, and that is the end of the night for this pairing out of JB Racing. Disappointing end to the meeting here at Griffith, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, give them a massive round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank you on behalf of the Australian Formula Jet Spreading Association for your patronage here tonight. We still have a bit of racing to go. We haven't finished the top 6 in the LS category. Then we're going to go top 6 in the Group A. Then we're going to go top 6 in the Unlimited. Then we're going to go to the 3 fastest in each of those. So if anybody can count better than I can, you can tell me how many runs there is for all the rest of the night. But we really thank you for coming out. It has been a trying day with the heat and the wind, but I'm sure that you'll all say that you certainly saw some action down here at the Griffith track, Lake Wyangan, New South Wales. And just as a reminder, the 25th of March will be the final round of the Australian V8 Superboats for this season. Take a quick break while we effect the rescue of this particular boat, and we'll be back racing as soon as we can. I always say it's been Erin in the boat all day, but it's Blair, and it was the mustache that gave it away that you weren't Erin. You all right, mate? Yeah, you good? So, g'day, Decky. How are you, mate? I didn't know it was the information that I was given. So, mate, you go and have a chat to the Ambos. You look like you're all smiling. I don't think Jim's smiling as much as you are, is he? He knows how much work's going to go into it. But great to see that Blair is A-OK there. Jim, just by virtue of the safety that we do have in this sport, they will go back to our lovely first aid ambulance ladies over there who've been doing a fantastic job all day. They've sort of been reasonably busy and just making sure that everybody's okay, no neck injuries, no internal injuries, that type of thing, because that was a pretty big sudden stop. Spartan Racing now coming out on track, so we continue with the top 6 in the LS category. Luke Walters doing the behind the wheel of this. It's all getting a little bit confusing. We've had a few things just change up, change down, but it is Luke Walters coming out now, and doing the navigation is Juzzy Calvert. So the Spartan, the last time out, this was an aggressive drive. These guys want to make it into the top 3. So far, we've got 2 shorties in there, I would suggest, with Bastian Mullen at a 39.213, Kyle Elphingston at a 39.6. Jim Beeman is out. The Spartan has an opportunity. What will Luke provide for him here? So as they make their way up into the top part of the course, as I said the last time out, these guys were super aggressive. Will that maintain the rage? Into the hairpin. They know they've got the likes of Tyler O'Day chasing for that. Oh no, they're out at the same spot as well. Wah, 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 wah. And another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust. All right. Oh, finals racing, ladies and gentlemen. It is always good. Put your hands together for Luke and Juzzy. So our ambulance, ladies, you've got another 2 coming to you, ladies, once you finish with those 2. Jim, can you hear me? Jim Beeman, can you hear me, mate, up here in commentary? We'll see if we can get you up here to have a bit of a chat. All right, just with Jim Beeman, the driver of the blue boat that just went into the fence before the black boat went into the fence, 2 in a row. They shouldn't have followed you, mate. Absolutely not. You were looking really good right up until the point you weren't looking any good.
Yeah, pretty much. Ran out of talent halfway around the lap.
Yeah, talent, traction, all sorts of things. That was a pretty decent hit backwards into that fence.
Probably better going in backwards than forwards, I think.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And what you wouldn't have seen is there's a rubbish bin there, so you sent that flying.
Bonus points for that, surely.
Oh, look, I'll give you bonus points for that. There is no doubt about that. And it was actually good because the crowd actually picked the rubbish up and put it back in the bin you knocked over.
Thanks to the crowd for that.
Mate, so you and Blair all right?
Yep, yeah, Blair's come out all right. I'm all right. I'm old. I'll probably be stiff and sore tomorrow morning, but that's life.
Yeah, look, these are some of the tags that we wear after a big bingle like that. Mate, did you have a quick look at the boat? Any major damage you can see at this point?
I think the back end of the jet unit, the steering nozzle's definitely taken a bit of a whack and is a bit stuffed up. But the boat itself doesn't look too bad, but I won't know much more till we have a good close look at the hull, make sure we haven't bent anything.
No worries. Good on you, Jim. Thanks very much for your time, mate. Great to see you guys are okay. Griffith bites again. Now, just, what's your name?
Alison.
Alison and?
Grace.
Alison and Grace. Ladies and gentlemen, give Alison and Grace, our Ambos, a massive round of applause. Keep an eye on this bloke next. This is aggravation. Tyler O'Day has been driving like a man possessed. We're going to see if we can get Luke over to have a chat to us to see how those guys are feeling out of Spartan. They turned the boat upside down earlier. They've backed it into the fence. Tyler O'Day out on track at the moment. Now this young man has been driving very aggressively. How is this going to go? What will Tyler O'Day produce here? Wide around the bottom, up through the middle. That's bitten 2 in a row, 3 in a row, it's got him. He's landed it, but he's gone the wrong way. The same part of the track, ladies and gentlemen, to first Jim Beeman, then Luke, then Tyler. 3 in a row. And Tyler O'Day, well, at least he didn't need the help of the safety crew. I told you it'd get exciting when the lights come on and the sun goes down. All right, so just to clarify there, ladies and gentlemen, Tyler O'Day, he went the wrong way, obviously. Then he decided that he'd continue on with the lap. Even though he's no chance of getting into the top 3, it's valuable overall points for the season. So that was 1 minute 35, but certainly very exciting. 3 in a row. Oh, what more can this day bring? Well, we are still to find out. Nate Mullen to finalise the top 6 of this LS category. Nate Mullen and Kane Wallace. This is their opportunity to get in to the top 3. And all they need to do is get around the track and they will automatically go into that top 3. So Nate Mullen, Kane Wallace just need to get the rotation right. Need to keep it in the water. They will progress. Nate Mullen into the top 3. So it will be the brothers Mullen versus Kyle Elphingston in the top 3 of the LS. We are now going to reset our time. So Nate just posted a time of 41. So he's a little bit outside of where the other 2 are. So Bastian's 0.4 quicker than Kyle, and Kyle's 1.5, I think it is, quicker than Nate. So it's certainly going to be exciting come final time. We are now going to go top 6 in the Group A. Mind you, we are moving into a top 6, but there's only 5 because Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix blew up an MSD box. You see me dancing around up in the commentary tower, it's just because I'm getting crickets jumping up and down my sleeves, down my neck. It's a little bit interesting up here at the moment. I don't think I've moved this much since I was about 21, and I'll tell you that's a few years ago. So the Group A boats now coming down for their top 6 run. Of course, there's only 5 of them. So we've got TJ down there in the Atchie. We've got the Tough It Up. We've got the Let's Boogie machine. Let's Boogie, whoever's reversing that at the moment, certainly needs a few lessons. They're taking up 3 lanes. They're minimising the spots on the ramp at the moment. So sometimes quite the bit of entertainment down there. My 13-year-old daughter could back better than that. That is absolutely terrible. Get a new driver, please. No, don't. Oh, what are we doing here? Waiting for Jody Healy in the Rampage machine. Brendan Doyle to come down onto the ramp as well. So it looks like it'll be Darren Kesper to come off the trailer quickest first. He's got the, just trying to get that boat into reverse at the moment. Just spewed a bit of water straight over Danny Napick there in Toughen Up. I'll need to bring the boat further back to get it off the trailer. Well done. Looks as though they're okay with the crooked trailer, so there must be a reason behind that that we've not been informed up here in commentary. That's okay. Darren Kesper, Matt Foote, top 6. They're going to have to really rip one out if they're going to make it. Got the lights on with TJ in the Apache there as well, the blues and the reds. But it is all about Darren Kesper. Ipswich paint panel. Darren Kesper, Matt Foote out on track at the moment. So Darren Kesper really just wants to lay one down here, put his best foot forward and see and hope and pray that this will be good enough to see him into the top 3. And as we've seen throughout the course of tonight, anything can happen. This race of attrition is massive. And Griffith, this track always provides plenty of thrills, spills and excitement. And thus far tonight, nobody hurt. So that's good, except a little bit of pride here and there. And we won't worry about that at all. So this boat just not really got the full power available that Darren would like. That is fairly obvious. So Darren Kesper now across the line, and that's a 58.370. So that boat obviously not at full power, and Darren Kesper and Matt Foote will be very disappointed that the boat just not responding to the required to the requirements at the moment. So Darren Kesper there with a 58.370. Unlikely he will progress, but we do know it is attrition. So it will be Danny Napick and Darren Tickell coming to face the starter. So toughen up. What can the water ski race driver provide for us? Brand new package, and they said we don't want to bend it on its first trip around a racetrack. Well, you're into the top 6, so it's not the first trip. This is Group A, top 6, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they got through that. That has caught a few unaware today. The count is about 6. Oh, really got the boat bouncing. Going to have to hang on to it into the right-hander. Down the back chute. In a little bit tight. It's unsettled him. That little bit of a hop and a skip and a jump at the top has unsettled Danny Napick. On the run home, he's trying to straighten it up and get it through there. Danny Napick with a 45.933, 45.933. Still with Jody Ely, ELY in the Rampage machine to come. TJ in the Apache, it's meant to be the Apache, the Macraft with the blue and reds flashing on the back. So Daniel Devoit, how's our timing going? You're coming up here and you're working wonders with it.
Yeah, it looks like it's bugs flying into the touchscreen on the computer that's causing the problems.
Oh, is that what it is? Fair enough.
That's it.
Oh, that is just hilarious. Oh, so we're going to have to shut down the lights in commentary so we can work out the time. That is such a simple thing. But TJ now off the line. Brad James himself, a very accomplished driver, sitting in the silly seat here. So Brad James taking time out of racing and building these Pulse race hulls, and TJ certainly part of that to a degree. But they're driving a Macraft at the moment, and this boat has been handling not very well all day. It has been porpoising, it's been bouncing. They've had a lot of trouble to get it to sit. So they've been working on a lot of thoughts, a lot of processes to try and get this to work. So TJ down the bottom of the track now. So Tremaine Dukes now in the run for the line. TJ across the line with a 48.498. So Danny Napick is quicker. We still have Brendan and Rory Doyle and Jody E.L.Y. to have a crack. This is top 6 Group A. So Brendan and Rory Doyle in the Pulse race boat. Just circulating, getting ready. The nerves will be pumping at the moment. Well, these guys, they know that Jody Ely is catching them in the championship. He's had the wood on them all day. They're really going to need to pull something off if they want to maintain their lead for the Group A championship for this season. It's going to go right down to the wire. We'll see it all at Keith unfold, I dare suggest. But he's Brendan and Rory Doyle down to the bottom part of the track. It's been hard to work the splits out all out the day. And as you just heard, we've got bugs flying into the touchscreen computer. Brendan and Rory Doyle across the line. And they at a 41.680. So that means that Danny Napick will definitely progress into the top 3. So will Brendan and Rory Doyle. Those 2 places are confirmed. And it is Jody Ely and Jessica Webb now in the Rampage machine. Super Cheap Auto, GM Motorsport, Sign Perfection, Gill Engineering. So Jody has been quicker than a 41.6 just posted by Brendan Doyle in the Pulse machine. Jody, just keep the level head, get around. Don't worry about what anybody's been doing. That was what he was telling me during the dinner break. Will that come to fruition? We're about to find out. Rampage. Group A, top 6, final boat. How does it make the top 3 look? Wow, this jet speed hull certainly got the speed out of the top part of the track. Lines it up, slingshot out of Penrite, through the flip-flops into another set of flip-flops. Jody just slingshots it yet again. Through that section of the track. So Jody now in the final run for home. It's looking good for the moment. Jody Ely with a 40.750. So slowest to fastest in the top 3 for the Group A. Running off will be Danny Napick, Brendan Doyle, and that man, Jody Ely. Now we move into the top 6 of the unlimited category. So Hazardous will be off first. Just trying to see who is behind the wheel of that. Will it be Daryl Hutton? So it looks like it is Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry, the A drivers of Hazardous, coming out to face their lap. This is top 6 unlimited. Determine who's going to run off in the top 3. So yes, it is Daryl Hutton, just to confirm that. And Daryl Hutton really working very hard behind the wheel of this hazardous machine. Hasn't had his boat back since the B driver, this Chris Edmonds, binned it up at Cabarita at the start of the season. He's loving this boat though. Here's Daryl Hutton, here's Mick Parry, and this is a good, tidy run. This is going to secure, you would think, a place in the top three. All got a little bit sideways down the back chute, but Daryl Hutton posts a 38.166. That'll be good enough without doubt to get into the top three. So just to clarify, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a little bit of trouble with the timing system, and you heard that Daniel Levoit just before. They think what has been causing it is all of the insects up here actually flying into the touch screen computer thing and hitting the finish button. So these insects are like kamikazes aiming for the finish button just to make life difficult for us. So what we've got now is we've got our lovely timing people and our rotation experts and a backup timing expert sitting in there. They've got tissues just trying to make sure that we keep the insects off the screens to stop making our timing issues. That's a brand new one. That is quite a funny circumstance when you think about it. The whole world of jet sprinting here at Griffith is being held up by insects flying into a computer screen. But now this will be blown budget. Glenn Spider Roberts, James Parsons, this is 632 cubic inches of big block. Oh, Glenn Spider Roberts late, very late into the Penrite roundabout at the exit of it. He drove it in very deep indeed, got away with it. The eyes were big inside the helmets. So Spider, oh, very nice line down in front of commentary. Glenn Roberts across the line now. 41.945. Making it interesting, moving into this top three. Now it is Sam Everingham in Excalibur. Top six, unlimited. He's loving this new boat beneath him. Mick Carroll, the former owner of this boat, had some exceptional experience with this, decided that he was getting out of the sport, retiring. Sam Everingham said, right, now there is an opportunity. Sam Everingham absolutely just driving this boat so beautifully, like he's been custom fit into it. Sam Everingham, good lap. Sam Everingham into P2 with a 38.583, 0.4 behind Daryl Hutton. And that is exceptional considering that this man is in a brand new package here this weekend. Scott Krause, Rachel Parsons just circulating in the launch area. So the time that they want to beat to progress into the top three is that of Sam Everingham at a 38.583. So Krause, he's a genuine madman, this man. No doubt about it. He's bought himself a Formula One race boat. Loves his fast boats, his fast cars, fast motorbikes. Just get to anything that's got pace, that'll provide the adrenaline. So Scotty Krause, he's on fire as well. He knows that he's got to push super hard. This is a tight round, this one here at Griffith, no doubt about that. Plenty on it. So Scotty Krause into P3. That's the end of Glenn Spider Roberts, but it's Scotty Krause now sitting on the bubble with a 40.282, and Fonzie Mullen and Chris Edmonds still to run. So previous form would suggest that Scotty Krause in P3 will be displaced by this next man, Fonzie Mullen, but we never count our chickens before they hatch. So Fonzie Mullen got the fire in the engine of the ramjet machine. It's getting things sorted out now. As you saw, this boat big backwards off into the wall in qualifying 3 earlier in the day. But interestingly, he did post a time of the quickest time of the day when he launched it backwards into that wall. And the rules state that providing you're across the line and in control, the time will count. He was certainly in control when he went over the line, lost control afterwards. So Fonzie Mullen with the fastest time of the day. But it is under lights, conditions are changing. So now not only are they fighting with artificial light, but also insects to the face. So certainly a day of reckoning here. What will Fonzie Mullen be able to achieve? A 40.282 is the time that he needs to beat to be able to progress. But don't forget, we've still got Chris Edmonds to come. Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart, and away they go. Fonzie Mullen, that is what a quick boat looks like. This is a Pulse race hull with a Scott Ramjet jet unit in it, developed by Fonzie Mullen himself. So Fonzie Mullen shoots it straight up the middle. He's not worried about the entry into the flip-flops, gets through that chicane beautifully. Now to the far side of the track, squeeze it in now. Ease it off across the bottom, the boat hanging on nicely. So Fonzie Mullen, this will be a good one. I dare say this will see him progress into that top 3. With Chris Edmonds still to go. So Fonzie Mullen quickest with a 37.9 if you don't mind. So now it is actually Sam Everingham sitting on the bubble. That's the end of the chaos for the night. Scotty Krause, Rachel Parsons, thanks for coming. See you next time. But it is Sam Everingham with a 38.583 that Chris Edmonds now needs to beat. The B driver for Hazardous to be able to get into this top 3. Just seeing over in the pit wall there, just trying to see who's coming down. Is that the Hazardous machine? Yes, it is. So Chris Edmonds, Jamie Moroney, A driver, Daryl Hutton directing traffic down there on the ramp as well. The LS category, the top 3 boats there on the dummy grid. A little bit of squealing from the timing box up here as the insects are flying down places that people would prefer them not to fly down. Fantastic crowd in here tonight at Griffith, and once again we thank from the bottom of our hearts each and every one of you for making the journey out here tonight. We hope you've enjoyed the night. Have you enjoyed the night, ladies and gentlemen, so far? All right, kids, I'm going to ask you, I want you to scream the place down. Have you had a good night? Hey, all right, now Mum and Dad, You've got to go louder than the kids. Mum and Dad, have you had a good night? Oh, the kids absolutely smashed your mums and dads. The kids provided plenty of warmth, plenty of cheer, plenty of roar, and they were way, way louder, and great to hear that we've got future jet sprinters in our midst as we go for the final drive in the top 6 of the Unlimited. Chris Edmonds, Jamie Moroney, the time they need to beat to move into that top 3 is posted by Sam, and that was a 38.583. The A and B driven hazardous machine. It's had its neck wrung tonight. There is no doubt about that. Chris Edmonds, the farmer from Goondiwindi, straight up through the centre of the course. The sweet smell of methanol wafting over the commentary tower. Now he's laying it in there. Laying it right down. Nice drive through the bottom there. Through the right, left. Now down the back chute. Where's it going to put Chris Edmonds? Oh, he's going to miss out. Chris Edmonds will miss out on the top 3. The top 3 in the Superboat will be run off slowest to fastest with Sam Everingham in his brand new package. Then it will be Darryl Hutton, the A driver of the hazardous machine, and Fonzie Mullen. We'll take a short break while we set our clocks and we go top 3 LS. Then we're going to go top 3 Group A, and then we're going to run off in the methanol-sucking monsters that are the Unlimited Superboats. We'll be back in a second.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
So as soon as the time starts, it's just a bit hard to see who might be in. I dare say it is Bastion in here with Talia. Yes, indeed, it is Bastion Mullen. So Bastion Mullen looking for 7 wins in a row. Will he be able to achieve it? Will he be able to take an unassailable lead in the Australian Championship? Will it be 2 Australian Championships in a row? It will be decided here for this young man from Melton. Talia doing the navigational duties. This is going to be a cracking time. Oh, 38.569, ladies and gentlemen, for the LS category. Bastion Mullen. He will just ease this boat back down to the trailer, and then it's going to be busy down there for the team Rip Shift as driver and navigator get out, and then the new driver and navigator get in. But these celebrations down there at GM at the moment, they'll wait to celebrate a little bit later. Danny Napick, he going to be the fly in the ointment? Will he be the cricket in the beard? Will he be the insect down the back of the shirt? We're about to find out. But so we've got the Rip Shift machine going back up on the trailer. It'll be Kyle Elphingston coming out now. Kyle and Bastion in a ding-dong battle all day. Nate Mullen still to drive. Very, very busy finals time when you're running A and B teams. But it will be Kyle Elphingston and Jacob Bellamy coming out now for West Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes. Oh, sorry, Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes. So Kyle Elphingston making his way to the starter now. The flag goes and Kyle Elphingston is away. This young man had an interesting moment in the top 12. He's put it behind him, and I'll tell you, he can certainly drive nice around at the Penrite roundabout for the final time here this evening for Kyle Elphingston in this LS top 3. Bastion Mullen has set an absolute cracker of a time. And oh no! Elphingston, that is big. Well, that was just at pace. So there is absolute movement there. The helmets are off. The boys are moving. Ladies and gentlemen, that was huge. So a big round of applause for Kyle Elphingston and Jacob Bellamy. That was absolutely flying. Just got it loose, and you saw the outcome of that. So they're just trying to prevent the boat from sinking, as we saw one sink earlier. So the boys are A-OK, ladies and gentlemen. Give them another big round of applause. And it looks like our Ambo ladies are not done for tonight. They're just trying to get that boat back quickly before it goes back to the bottom. And it looks like there is a bit of damage to the stern of it. They've got people on the bow of it and people holding up the stern as well. So the boys have a bit of a love cuddle at the back there going, oh, that was a bit full on. So you boys all right? Give us a thumbs up, fellas. No, they're all right. They're walking a bit gently, as you could well expect. A very big crash there, and their first concern I could see in there was the both just very concerned for one another. And wow, the night just is just getting more and more exciting. get that that blackout racing boat up onto the trailer. See if I can jump down there and get a word with the boys in just a minute once they go through the initial check with the ambos. So another big off and another interesting thing. So we've just got our ambos just having a quick look at both Kyle and Jacob. They're upright. They're certainly sore, but banging the knees and the shins underneath the dashboard, that's always no fun. So we'll just have a bit of a hold up here, ladies and gentlemen, while we sort this issue out. The boys are up and standing for everybody watching on the live stream at home. So that is very, very positive news. We've still got one more to run in the top three for the LS, and then we've got 6 boats to run after that. So it has certainly been plenty of entertainment here tonight. We're certainly running a little bit over time. We weren't expecting to be running this late, so we do apologise for that. But in the meantime, we thank the Griffith Boat Club for hosting us here. It is always wonderful to come here. Great people, great tucker as well. So if you didn't get a steak sandwich, hopefully they're not sold out because they are certainly good. Just talking with one of our safety crew, they said there's something split underneath that hull. So that is back on the trailer, so that is one good thing. And just waiting for these boys. It was a pretty big impact, as I'm sure you'll agree. So just waiting now. It'll be Nate Mullen will come out in the rip shift machine.
To attend to, so yeah, but yeah, they're unreal.
All right, so how you feeling? Pretty good?
Yeah, I think I look a bit better than Kyle at the moment.
Oh, well, that's not hard. He's an ugly man. No, I didn't mean that, Kyle. Actually, he's over there. He didn't hear that. So, Jacob, great to see that you guys are all right. You'll get out of those wet race suits and into something dry, and Well, hope the boat isn't too bad. Ladies and gentlemen, once again for these guys from Blackout Racing. All right, this is our final boat for the LS category. And this is Nate Mullen, younger brother of Bastion. The shackles are off. Will Nate try to emulate what his older brother has done? And that is produce a 38.569. Nate Mullen knows that there's not much to worry about there. So his brother's already posted a time. The shackles are off. Kane Wilson doing the navigational duties. Produce here. Shooting it straight up the top. He's a young man on a charge. So here we are. Nate Mullen, the advantage of a very, very flat water in the opening part of the lap. Really putting the pressure on. Driving beautifully at the moment. Cannot see where he's put a foot wrong at this point of it, but let's not put the curse into it. Great line through there. Nate Mullen really ringing it out. Who's going to win out of the brothers? Oh, well, it was it back Bastion Mullen. Nate just posted a time of 40.741. And ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that Bastion Mullen has won the 22-23 Australian V8 Superboat Championships in the LS category, brought to you by Penrite Oils. This final round win means that he cannot be beaten. But now we have gone straight into the Group A top three. Danny Napick, toughen up. Darren Tickell in the navigator seat. So these boys in this brand new package, they are driving sensibly. So Danny Napick in this brand new package, he knows that he's no chance at the championship. So taking advantage of that free pass in the top three. This is a very smart and conservative drive. So Danny Napick with a time of 49.984. Certainly not trying to set the world on fire. Made his way, fought hard to get into the top three and said, you know what, boys, you other guys can fight it out. I've got myself a podium in a brand new boat for me this weekend, and all I want to do is stand atop of that podium and put the boat back onto the trailer in one piece. And so that just goes to show how experience in motorsport has come to the fore, but it is now going to be a shootout between Jody Ely and Brendan Doyle. The Pulse versus the Rampage. Jody Ely's definitely got the fire in the belly. Currently second in the Group A Championship. A couple of points behind Brendan Doyle. Will this mean it's going to go right down to the wire? So it is Brendan Doyle in the Pulse boat with his wife, Rory, from Balranald. Pulse all over it. So Brendan Doyle, well, that is a straight line. Oh, he knows that the championship could be on the line here. He doesn't want to give it to Jody Ely. Jody Ely, E-L-Y. But Brendan Doyle really driving hard, putting plenty into it. He knows that if he doesn't take this win, it'll be harder for the overall championship. So Brendan Doyle, oh, he turned in way too early. He had to think about it. So Brendan Doyle across the line. So Brendan Doyle with a 40.257. And wow, he was lucky to get away with that. Came across the bottom of the track, nearly turned into the island, got there a lot quicker than he expected, eased out of it, hosed us down, carried on, and that is the time for Jody to beat. He's a 40.257. So it is now Jody, the final run for the Group A. The time he needs to beat to make the championship between he and Brendan even tighter is 40.257. Just circulating down there in the pool, waiting for the water conditions to ease. Smart move. Jessica Webb in the silly seat, the navigator's chair. Bang! Jody is off. So Jody Ely really got the power on. Look at the slingshot out of the roundabout. Will he do the same down here at Penrite? Yes, he does. Straight up the middle, line it up, and he's been doing that beautifully all day. This jet speed hull handling incredibly. Jody Ely and Jessica Webb down into the bottom part of the track. No concerns through there for Jody. Around the right-left combination, the run for the line. Jody Ely takes the win. Ladies and gentlemen, Jody Ely takes the win. That tightens up the championship. 39.073, 1.18 quicker than Brendan Doyle in 2 and Danny Nappick in 3. Whoa, what a run. 3 boats to go, ladies and gentlemen. 3. And then there was 3. All right, I can hear Jody from behind the wheel all the way up here, yelling and screaming. There is going to be celebrations in the GM camp tonight. GM Motorsport, Bastion Mullen from GM takes the win. Jody Ely in the Group 8 takes the win. Will Fonzie making a clean sweep. I can tell you that Daryl Hutton in the hazardous machine will be trying to prevent that, as will this man coming off the trail of Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine. And Sam Everingham, what a return to unlimited superboat racing in this brand new package. Makes it into the top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your children, because these methanol sucking monsters will suck small animals from trees and spit them out of the exhaust pipe. Bang! Sam Everingham straight to the top. That speed, he's loving it. Whoa, very aggressive into Penrite, no doubt about that. Nails the flip-flops, back up, it's a game of tennis, up to the top, return serve to you, Sam Everingham. Oh, this is an absolute flyer. Sam Everingham certainly not here to muck around. Oh, Sam Everingham has posted his fastest time of the day with a 37.684. That is seriously putting pressure on Daryl Hutton and Fonzie Mullen. Make no mistake about that. These blokes, Fonzie and Daryl, are going to have to drive hard, because Sam Everingham has ripped one out, ladies and gentlemen. Does jet sprinting get any better? Now, it is Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry, remembering that Sam Everingham's really put the pressure on with a 37.684. That is a solid drive. It is very, very real pressure on this hazardous team now. This boat has been A and B driven. It has been hard work. We saw it stop during the top 7. Now Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry. They're going to have to lay it down. They can't leave anything on the trailer. They're going to have to bring every little bit of knowledge, every little bit of skill, every little bit of speed, and hope for a lot of luck. So Daryl Hutton looking the goods at the minute. What will the time tell? So Daryl Hutton into the bottom part of the track does this beautifully. There is no doubt about that. Eases off into the right-hander for the final time. Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry. Oh, Sam Everingham is quickest. Daryl Hutton is slower. Daryl Hutton with a 38.451. It is still Sam Everingham with a 37.684. Sam 0.7 quicker than Daryl, with Fonzie Mullen yet to come. I told you that Sam Everingham had laid one down, and the truth is there for you all to see. Wow. We are up for the final run of the night. Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart. They had a big off in qualifying round number 3. Will they come back from that disaster? Will they take the round win? Because if Fonzie Mullen wins this, he wins the 23 Australian V8 Superboat Championship for the unlimited category, which means that'll be 9 Australian titles under his belt. He's the reigning Australian unlimited champion. He's also the reigning world champion. So, to pull this feat off though, the time that he needs to beat is that cracker that Sam Everingham pulled out from somewhere of a 37.68. So Fonzie, obviously a very seasoned campaigner. He will not be rushed off this trailer for this final run. He will take his time. He will go through the normal processes. Very solid crew around him. So Fonzie hasn't broken into the 37s under lights today. So Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart off the trailer now. The final run of the night. As a reminder, the time to beat is a 37.684. So just rotating in the launch area, being called forward by the starter. Fonzie Mullen ran jet cold air induction. He's away. This is a very tidy start for Fonzie Mullen. So Fonzie is going to have to be quick. He's going to have to go quickest under lights. There is no doubt about that. He's going to have to post his fastest time under lights here tonight to beat Sam Everingham. here at this tricky Griffith course and spat a few out, but Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart flying through this lap at the moment. Launch it. Oh, he nearly lost it. Ladies and gentlemen, Fonzie Mullen takes the win with a 36.842, the quickest time of the day. Fonzie Mullen. Oh, and that also means, ladies and gentlemen, that Fonzie Mullen takes the 23 Australian Unlimited Jet Sprint Championship alongside his son, who has just won the LS Championship. There'll be a party tonight in the GM Motorsport tent. I can guarantee you that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you very much for your patronage. It has been a long day. We've had a ball bringing jet sprinting to you here at Lake Wyangan. Thank you to the Griffith Boat Club. Thank you to all of you lovely people who've shown up to watch the sport that we oh so love. Fonzie Mullen, Lee Stewart will take the flag, the checkered flag, for a well-deserved victory lap. Wow, what a comeback after a big off earlier in the day. We will be doing prize giving up at the bar pretty soon after we conduct our victory laps. So, ladies and gentlemen, rise to your feet and give this man a massive round of applause. 9 Australian championships under his belt, 1 in Group A and the rest in this unlimited category. And wow, aren't they a happy team? Plenty of supporters there as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Caveman. I'm the bloke that you've been listening to all night. It has been a long night. The voice is starting to wear thin. Great work to our camera crew for all of our live streaming, for what you'll be able to see on 7 Mate. That'll be coming up. Just check out V8 Superboats Facebook page for all the updates and when you can watch the racing. And I dare say that each and every one of you that have been here tonight will certainly be watching that on 7 Mate when it comes up, because it's certainly going to be one spectacle of big bingles, fast times and awesome racing that we are going to see on that. So just waiting for our for Connor Smith and the juniors to take the checkered flag for a run. Jody Eli will do the same, as will Bastian Mullen in the rip shift machine. We'd like to thank our starters, our safety crew who've been great all day, our people in timing who've kept me on the straight and narrow. Well, not really. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jodie ELY, Jessica Webb taking the checkered flag for a well-deserved victory run for the Group A category. Well done to those guys. It means the Group A championship is alive and well coming into the final round at Keith on the 25th of March. So competitors, we will be doing presentation in 15 minutes at the bar. It has been a long day for everybody, so let's get up there, celebrate the winners, the grinners, and let's do that properly. Just waiting for Bastian Mullen and Connor Smith to take their well-deserved victory lap runs with the checkered flag. Ladies and gentlemen, Bastian Mullen and Talia Mullen having a well-deserved run in the LS and taking the championship as well. There's some happy faces there. Connor Smith, ladies and gentlemen, for the junior class as well. And what a great run he's had leading the championship. So we're going to see you on the 25th of March at Keith, the Diesel and Derby. Thanks for coming. Good night.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.